Yo, good morning. Oop.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good morning. Sorry about the delay there.
Take your time, man. I have delayed us by about 45 minutes to take care of some stuff this morning, so I'm more than happy to wait. Oh yeah. Are you able to see the Discord stream?
I sure am.
Fantastic. So I'm streaming on Twitch. I wasn't sure if you had assumed that I was going to do that, but I figure if we're just chatting and maybe playing some games, let's get some content out there.
Yeah, sure.
But yep, so this exhibition was happening during some of the EWC Street Fighter final. I think that might be going on right now. The finals day for that, but or the last chance qualifier finals, I think, or something like that. But yeah. So I actually thought it was today also, but it was yesterday. They're also kind of talking about Nephros's set against Ram. As you can see, Unabara kind of mentioned that's Nefurosu, saying that he's up, I think 2-0, or he won or something like that. Anyway, this is not the most common matchup I've seen. I don't know how much of this you've seen.
Yeah, I've never seen this matchup before. Pretty sure.
It's kind of interesting. At least, you know, I watched a little bit of this yesterday, so if viewers are in here, nice. Okay, we have an early JB Rising here. It actually hits pretty low too. Enkidu's jump B. To spoil a little bit, we're gonna see a good amount of that button coming from nice Hirotaka. Or not Hirotaka, excuse me, Satohiro. We're gonna see that from. I don't know if you feel this way also, Foxof, and you know, I don't love Enkidu, but when I watch him hit some of these routes, some of them are, I'm like, these look like they should do more damage than they are doing. Do you end up feeling that way?
Listen, you don't need to convince me on the like upkick damage thing. I believe the Enkidu players on that one thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I actually do agree. Like for the type of character that Enkidu is, it feels like when he gets a big counter hit in the corner, you should be exploding. But compared to some other characters in this game, no, it's very just average.
Yeah. That kind of speaks to, I think, how the average damage of the game has gone up, but
True.
You know, you can only kind of compare to top tiers, but when I look at Enkidu corner damage, or I look at like Hyde or Seth, then I'm like, yo, up kicks and some of these other routes, like, why is he not exploding you like these characters are? Or even like, well, I don't know how good Lond corner damage is. You can speak a little better to that than me, I think. Okay.
Sorry, you had cut out for just a second there.
Oh, I was saying I don't know how lawn corner damage is, but the accessibility for some characters, I feel like nice Rising J, is that A? The corner accessibility damage seems high for the top tiers and maybe not as high for some other characters who might need it.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Lond is pressing 5B in the corner, getting 3.8. But the thing that really separates Lond damage, I think, is when the meterless Blossom hits you, it's 4K meterless.
Yeah.
You know? Or it's like 3.9 into the exact same setup. So getting throw baited by that character just really, really sucks.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
We
Kind
get
of,
got
yeah.
occasionally.
I mean, as a player of a character who basically gets a worse version of that mix up, I mean, you definitely know that people get got. You know, I feel like that's been that kind of mix up since Enkidu came out, which is pretty interesting. you know, old but new kind of mix up. So what I was kind of thinking about this matchup is, Enkidu has many different ways to get characters to whiff normals and things like that. And Mika likes to tend to press a bunch of lows, or at least historically it felt like she wanted to do that. So I thought that interplay might have given Enkidu a lot of agency here. But Suteneko, outside of kind of throw range, we don't really see him utilizing lows to the same extent. We do have EX Missile though.
Okay, so I was going to say, so like in the previous game, Enkidu 22C got shielded and then EX Missile came out. It's so interesting to me that like normally when Mika is really abusing her frame data against 6-frame characters, the 6-frame character is like trying to keep her out, is trying to zone or like play stronger neutral. So it's kind of interesting that, yeah, we have this character that can really like do a lot of like low crush properties against Mika, but then we also have the frame data demon.
Yeah. Nice. I like the whiff on that up kick. Oh. Yeah, like this route looks like it should be doing more. I don't know. Nice. Blew up the throw bait.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
yeah, it's such a little thing, but just a little Enkidu dash B can really change a whole matchup.
Yeah. And then that, 5A tick throw is, I think, dangerous no matter who you are defending against it. There was a conversation, I think, some point last week that was basically like, oh, a nice command throw, tick command throw.
Ooh.
That was basically like, yeah, Enkidu isn't bad because his offense is bad. Enkidu is bad because he's just so slow. And he gets zoned pretty hard. And I was like kind of fixing my face to disagree with that, but then I sat and really thought about it. I'm like, I don't think that there's any character in the game that really likes to block this character.
Something that I saw in Chaos chat, this was like very early in Uni 2 when we were kind of coming to grips with, oh, this character is not as strong as they were, huh? It was that offense, this is what was said by Jake, actually.
Shout out to Jake.
Offense in Uni 2 is the low-hanging fruit. Everyone has offense. It came with your copy of Uni 2. you press 2A and vary that with throw, and everyone has some basic strike throw that they can run, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's how all of your character's elements fit together and how accessible your win condition actually is that will really determine character strength,
Yep.
Ooh, nice Havoc.
Now that was a sick route. I saw that yesterday and I was like, oh man, he OTG'd with that? That was sick. But, the funny thing is, do you remember, I think this was in Clear, we had asked like the Japanese, like, bro, why do you think like Aurier and all of these other characters are pretty strong? And, like Wagner's so weak, or considered generally speaking to be weaker. It's like, yeah, Uni is really about like safety and game plan. Like everybody can run offense, but like how do you get to your offense point? How do you defend against like, there it is, slight charge. How do you defend against like typical character agency, to borrow a conversationism that we used to use a lot. And honestly, I feel like Uni 2 is very much similar in that way. I don't know if you feel that way, but like top tiers in this game really feel like, okay, their offense is like really good, but like even just trying to hit them is super annoying. And I find that to be the case with like Carmine and Eltnum and Hyde and Londrakia. Like those characters, hitting them is not easy. Now that you play more Ogre, I'm interested on your perspective of that as well.
I mean, I think that Ogre's defense is quite good.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of when you are actually pressuring him, yeah, he may not even need like any sort of anti projectile thing because his CDP is just so good. It may as well. It's like honorary horizontal reversal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you are actually pressuring Ogre, no, his options to interact with you are really good. It's really only in neutral against projectile dominant characters that he struggles. But he struggles in such a uniquely bad way, you know. But other than that, no, the character is really, really good.
Yeah. I don't know if
And
this.
honestly,
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that actually didn't change really.
yeah.
Oh, oh, that she's off the
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah, she is airborne. That's why that mix up is a thing sometimes. You know, offensively they used to do it with like 360 versus TK236 because if you try to jump, you get air unblockable on the flash. Like, but defensively, you can see it in the same way where it's just like, oh, actually, I'm airborne here. So if you were trying to throw, which is a common point here, this might even crush like a maybe it'll crush a 2 because you get a frame of invol or whatever, like a 2A. But yeah, she's another one of those characters that you probably want to mid on wake up. Yeah, now that I think about it, she kind of has a dangerous of sorts like defensive CS flash thing because like you have EXDP.
I'd just rather
TK.
take her DP, honestly.
Yeah, it's like just it's better to eat the DP. But shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so in regards to Ogre, since we are close to the end of this version and whatever the adventure the next version is going to be, I'm curious now that you have done so much of your homework and you know you're playing Ogre obviously at a very high level. I know when he came out and a lot of players were not particularly impressed with his option set. I just remembered like literally going down his frame data and seeing like 5 frame, 6 frame, 8 frame, 8 frame, 9 frame, 11 or 12 frame 2C, and I'm like, how the fuck is this character going to be super bad? Like what? This character has like the best parts of the frame data, like startup wise at
The
least.
7 frame ended up being the most insane thing, and I didn't really get perspective on that until like it was a while. It was like I'm not even gonna say it was the end of the first month. It was like into the second month. I was like, wow, 236A is actually crazy.
Yeah.
And that is something that I do expect is actually going to get better. So he's going to be using even more. And I don't know. It's I would say it's like Uzuki Dolphin, but I don't even know if Uzuki gets like full combo trades on it the way that he does. So yeah, his trade
Maybe
data is like really strong.
maybe up dolphin, but like no, you cannot take trade. It's like it feels worse than like getting havocked by Enkidu sometimes. You're like, wait a minute, like why am I fucking dying here? You know,
When you put yourself into like Wagner 5B range post CS, and it's a range where she normally really dominates, and you have to respect that, and you are the one that is just like being so threatening. I don't know. I feel some kind of way about outframe dating Wagner on that, you know?
yeah, and that's an extremely powerful point for her. You know, obviously, in my head, I put this back into Akatsuki perspective. I'm like, I already kind of hate fighting this character up close, low key. You know, being put at 5B range or something like that, and then this asshole is just pressing 236A. I'm like, oh fuck, man. Which can, you know, be staggered into the follow up. Not as good. Yeah, that was a great punish. Especially if you have meter or something. Oh, actually, oh my god. So it's a little better than the other versions of the move set that we talked about at Boston Blue Beat. But you know those, oh, here's this move that I'm just kind of like, I can kind of just throw out neutral. It's like low-key safe. You know, you're talking about your Merkaba, you know, 6 through A. I played Jack O yesterday and I ate so many 623As and Bs. Like, those sorts of moves where you just kind of throw them out a little bit. You know, Ogre also having one of those, and also like a crazy 6C is like, man, I I'm a little reticent to see exactly how strong. Ooh, I like that route. I know he didn't spin here, and I was like, man, he could have killed, but he's gonna kill right here. I'm very curious to see how strong characters are going to be. Hello, Garm. You are also welcome to chat with us while we watch Satohiro versus Suteneko-san, and just kind of yap about Uni too. But yeah, I think like Mika is another candidate of a character that I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to continue to do. Because like, is Mika strong? Like I kind of feel like she is, but she's starting to fall into that category of Nanase to me, where like the players kind of talk about how difficult she is, but then you just like fight her and it's really, really annoying. Like, do you feel the same way, or are you? Do you have more sympathy for Mika players?
I I guess I have a slight bit more sympathy for Mika players because it does feel like a lot of the really annoying things that she can jump scare me with are also unsafe things.
Yeah,
Whereas with Nanase, the thing that's so annoying is that she's safe on so many of her annoying things.
yeah,
But I will definitely like I will not be one to doubt the power of this Mika champion in this version. Like I think that the issue, like we were talking about earlier, is more about like consistency and access to win condition and just kind of the matchups that you have to play through to get there. But no, she's at the risk of doing the save jam thing and like low tier signaling. She's got some stuff. You know,
yeah,
she's definitely got some stuff.
yeah.
I feel very
Oh,
very stressed playing into Mika, and I know that it can go either way based on the player matchup,
hmm,
but it's a very stressful matchup, you know.
yeah, yeah. The more that I kind of play, and you know, I'm going to admit I'm a bit of a hypocrite here. Like there are many things that I think I can disagree with myself on, or like, you know, if there's complaints about how I talk about the game or like look at the game, I'm very cognizant of that. But I think one of the things I've been completely consistent on is I think it is better for characters to be stronger than not. uh oh, nice walking emoji. But man, the more I play this game, I'm like, yo, these characters could do so much. Like, and most of the time it's positive, and some of the time I'm just like, yo, these characters are just doing everything. Oh, this is making me so mad. Like I have a goal basically to hit the 1.5 mil range on Hilda before the new patch. And I've been struggling, man. It's been so hard. Like fighting all of these characters is just, man. And then when I feel like I'm on a good streak, it's like Gordo, Ogre, Line, Eltnum. I'm like, oh fuck, bro. Like really? I gotta deal with all of these fucking asshole characters who just jump and smash through my fucking stuff. Ugh.
Oh, not the throw incident. You know, it was really I mean, you know how I feel about Kuon in general. Like I have a really hard time against that character. I'm sure I'm not alone in that. But
It's
particularly in 1.0, that character was just my demon. And so to go to a crossover arc pretty early in the version and hear Masoma say, "Yeah, I love Kuon because he can deal with all of the gorillas in this game." I was like, hmm.
yeah.
Okay, if you say so. It's me. I'm the gorilla.
Yeah. I mean, you were still playing primarily Lond at that point, at least for a bit. So yeah, that
Yeah, yeah.
is definitely a I'm gonna deal with this gorilla matchup, I think. Uh Now though, it's funny, I don't know if you agree with this. I know you've been playing a little bit more Vatista, but Vatista to me kind of seems like for the most part she's still kind of the riffraff go over here like filter character. You know, it's gated
Oh
behind
yeah. If
execution
the
and
matchup
knowledge, but
allows it, if the matchup allows it, absolutely. I mean, so last week, playing in WASD, I was met with the potential Ogre mirror in losers finals with Defiant,
mhm,
and I had a whole lot of fun being like, "No, you,
yeah.
you pulled out Kuan on me. I'm gonna pull out Batista on you," and it was so comical how just like, I mean, to his credit, like the games were coming down to like 20-second rounds and so on. So it's not like it wasn't competitive, but man, Ogre's option set and that matchup in
Ooh.
neutral is just really, really, really limited. It's like get meter for your sea fireball and hope that you can get started from there. And if you can't, then you might not play the game.
Yeah.
So yes, the riffraff definitely go over there when Batista is on the screen. Um, I think Mika though is like one of the matchups where it's like really, really difficult to keep her out.
Yeah. Well, the big thing before was, gyms were very much the bouncer. Like, yeah, you don't actually get to come in here, and even like forced trade, I think, was very much in Vatista favor. But now Mika's so fucking fast, and if you have like an errant or even a slightly unsafe like gym set, she blows through that and is plus. And so now it's like you are interacting with me whether you like it or not. I think that that's like a particularly powerful point for Mika in this version. I think also like, her dash jump being so fast, and I think I see 5C I think gets rid of projectiles, maybe? I might be wrong about that. She also does obviously have her 2-2 move, and so on, which is really good at dealing with projectiles. Oh,
Well,
walking emoji.
yeah, I think her 2-2 is definitely flawed. I don't think that's the reason that she does so well. I think it ultimately goes back to the tornado follow up, the like
Yeah.
rising version projectile invul, just being able to chase her down so well. That's like the defining thing. If in uh, a matchup where the opponent needs to get in, if Vatista is free to up back projectile, it's really hard. If you can't stop her from running away from you, she can get set up on the other side of the screen, and then you're like, you've got a whole wall to get through.
Yeah, don't I know that? Nice, good up kick. He should be able to, yep. He even gets the side switch on that. That's cool. And then gets back thrown anyway. Oh, no tech. Uh-oh. Yeah, can't
Juushichi, could
shield
you do
that.
me a
What's up?
favor and restart the Discord stream? I want to see if maybe that helps.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Oh, I think I know also what is going on. So, I'm just gonna stream the screen. Hello, there we go. Uh, my fucking Steam is patching Street Fighter 6 right now, and that is taking some time. So I'm gonna pause that. Hopefully that makes things a little better. All right, how is this?
That is better. Thank you.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, I also paused the patching I forgot that I even had Street Fighter 6 on here. I think I had wanted to play with Hunter. We got the JB out again here. Nice.
Oh my god. The lack of screen freeze on 214C is so deceptive. And there's so many active frames to it.
Yeah.
I remember someone asking about parries, because I did that video on offensive option selects, and somebody was like, well, what about parries? How does it interact with that? And so of course I had to test out Enkidu 214C, and it's like, wow, I can delay this 3C by like 13 frames and I'm still getting countered for it. That's crazy.
Yep. I think so I don't know for sure because I sometimes, not super frequently, but sometimes do 236 BC as a like delayed option. You could probably, yeah, BCAD, you could still, I think, do a convoluted version of the crouch, or not crouch tech, but you can do force function option select with the super version for Aka. Uh-oh. He couldn't guard cancel that. Is he gonna die for this? No. That's one more, I think. But what yeah, so stayed same side. Satohiro thought that he was going to go cross up, but stayed same side, and so he just took his turn again. But yeah, that's an option that I honestly haven't really explored with Akatsuki. An offensive option select with that, just because I shouldn't do it. Like, I shouldn't think this way, but when I think about like just spinning meter for no plus frames in someone's face, I'm just like, man, why am I doing this? But I'm starting to feel that I should be more generous with my meter than I am right now. Nice. Oh. Everybody's been there. I threw too early. Nice.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Like, this route, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like they should be doing more than it does. And that did a lot. Like, 34 is like pretty good. This is a counter hit anti-air. And I'm like, oh, this looks like it should be a cool route. He uses, 6C. I'm like, man, this should do more damage than it is.
Okay, I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on for this one because it's all unconfirmed.
Uh-huh.
But what Defiant had said was trying out the demo at Evo.
Yes.
That Lundrekia 5BB was now doing like 3.3 mid-screen.
Uh-huh.
And if that's the case, and if Enkidu was doing just slightly more, I think we'd be okay. Yeah. I think we'd be all right.
That's pretty fair. So one of the things that I did have a conversation with, and I think I told you this post Arc World Tour, because that was the last time that I talked to Kamine, where I was like, I really, really wish that there was a bit more of a distinction between the types of starters and their damage. And to some extent, they've made adjustments around that. Already, I think generally there's like a formula where like low hitting B attacks, with the exception of Eltnum's, I guess, tend to do a little less damage than like their 5B counterparts. I know for Aka in particular, and I don't think it's just unique to him, 5A does more damage than like 2A as a starter, especially if you have a low one. So I think we've been transitioning there, but I did tell him, I was like, hey, I think we should continue to address that and make a couple different variants in what our special damage and normal damage is looking like. The hard part is how that kind of translates to special starter. Because like obviously not all starters are created equal.
Right.
If you are hitting somebody with a fireball or something, you're already kind of getting screwed by distance proration to some extent. So it's kind of like, do you value, like, are you gonna make it a game where like hitting specials up close is like high damage? Like how are you going to make how are you going to show your bias, basically?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I definitely think, I mean, just at a baseline, it feels like the up close specials, especially that are unsafe on block without meter, should probably be doing a little more. Oh,
that was crazy. Hold on. I want to see what that was.
Crazy.
Did that catch a jump because he thought, yeah, he outplayed him. Wait a minute. What? Counter. So that hit something. That wasn't a throw. Sure, no.
Must have caught a button.
Had to have been a button. I was thinking it caught jump at first, but counter hit wouldn't have. Oh, it probably owned a fuzzy mash.
I was told by Enkidu players that 360C versus 236C would never be a real mix-up. You would never see it at high level. It's just never gonna work. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
but anyways, I will say that, like, as much as I have a negative bias towards Kuon, I will say that, like, his damage on 236 AA is like very fair. It's not too crazy,
Yeah.
Like, I think getting 3.1 off of something like that is probably fine,
Yo, 6FF, let's go. Bop, bop, bop. So like this, for example, this is reasonable damage, I think. For 6FF for a parry. Guard point parry. Yes, absolutely. I will say, I think my annoyance with Kuon is even in theory because his like quote unquote Rekka, like his, I'm just gonna call them the brushstroke normals. Nice. Bop bop. Oh,
screen, that's so sick.
And then okay, that I think that I agree with that also, Garm, and I'll get to that in a second. This should do more damage than it's doing, man. Like, look at this. This is a sick route. Oh, maybe it shouldn't. Maybe this is reasonable. He is getting bonus damage on this. But like, that's cool, dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
It is cool. What Garm said is, I don't know. I think getting a full combo that corner carries off of 236 AA in the first place is kind of huge, and I agree with that. My thought on that, you can't at this point you can't tell him you don't get to do that anymore. I think if there's anything that we should learn about French bread and Kermoney, is that he doesn't tend to do that. He doesn't tend to go, all right, you cannot do this thing ever anymore. But man, I feel sometimes I'm like,
it away from high too. It would just end Linne. It would just be a different game, But
I would love that game. I'm not gonna lie to you. But what I would say is, it would be nice if that did a little less damage than it does. Like, yeah, I don't know.
One thing that so like we don't know yet,
yes.
But one thing that was put forth as the reason for Landrekia 5BB doing less damage mid-screen is a more active distance proration, which I was like, huh. So I don't know. But it would certainly be interesting if that was the case. What's up, Pinku?
Hello, Pinku. Good morning. So you are on a stream, which you may know, but yeah. Oh wow, that caught 236. No, couldn't be 236.
Good morning.
TK maybe. because this hit something. Yeah, I'm not
I bet
sure
it
what
was
that
Sea
is.
Missile. If I had to guess, it was Sea Missile.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it got her to the point of airborne yet, but now Satohiro is up 2. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how things are going to go. Uh, I don't remember if we got a patch note like I think it was after the version came out.
Right. What I'm thinking is, so in our time it's dropping like 9 p.m. tomorrow, Monday.
Yeah,
And then thankfully I will luckily have Tuesday off, so I can spend all day just like testing stuff out on the new patch. But I would guess, my bet is that we will probably get it dropping 9 p.m. on Monday, and I might have the patch notes the next morning. That would be cool.
yeah.
You know?
I'm going to guess that'll be the case. One thing that I will say that I'm happy about from FPen is, even though on the page I think it is initially in Japanese, at the bottom they tend to have English patch note
Yeah.
notes too. So we do actually get to see what's going on, which is
Yeah,
super
and
encouraging.
since this version too, I also have to give them a little praise that their patch notes have been like way more complete and way more direct, and they've been like explaining why they made certain decisions in their patch notes.
Yeah,
So props. Like I think that's really good stuff.
yeah. Oh, uh-oh.
But yeah, I bet unless the patch notes drop at the exact same time, I
Which should be
bet that we're
sick.
going to hop into the lab and we're going to like find a few cool things with each of our characters, and then there's going to be like one or two kind of more subtle, like under the hood things that we just won't notice until it's written down
Oh,
for us, you know?
yo.
That was crazy. What is Rising JB the move with Enkidu? Is this it?
I mean, it stuffed that tornado. So
That's crazy.
I do know for sure that one of the big changes in the last version of the game, or the last update of the game, is that they did increase, like, well, in Uni 2 it's the same, but I think they continue to increase hurt boxes on normals and etc. Um, and then you have like dash shield and things of that nature. So system wise, I think we're continuing to get buffs as far as like, okay, if you know to press here, if you know to like dash and shield here, like those sorts of system changes have continued to happen in this game. So I kind of assume that we're going to get more of that kind of thing. Maybe a refinement of the light low property that we did get the change of in the last version of the game, which makes specifically against low crouch, techers and all that stuff, projectiles and TK moves like offensively powerful. Nice. I wonder if we're going to get more of a continuation of that sort of thing, which I'm interested in. We're kind of, to some extent, getting into the nice trade. This So Pinku is a former Blaze Blue player who may or may not agree with me, but I think we're getting into the attribute territory of like Blaze Blue to some extent, where you have to kind of know what your head, body, foot, etc. properties are, because those are going to be utilized to like blow you up. I think we're kind of getting to that position, but oh.
I mean, it's a good system, to be honest. Like, I think the only thing that makes it kind of weird in Uni is that it's not all encompassing and it's limited to like a handful of very specific air moves for the most part.
Yeah. And even things that I feel like have foot property or whatever uh are just kind of sprinkled around here and there.
Yeah, it's not like consistent.
Yeah.
But I mean, I
Ooh.
don't know. The system works, but like I think in the way that they're implementing it, it's also like fine. It just really depends on how integral they want that kind of like RPS like based around like normals to be, and how like strict they want the responses to be, I guess.
Yeah, I think it interplays pretty interestingly because at the very end of the day, shield is so important. And so like shield and RPS around shield throw, all that stuff, uh is king in uni. Like it just is. If you do not play that game well, you will not win at a high level, regardless of your knowledge of properties or whatever. Like you have to be able to play that game. Nice throw. And charged it to get the green shield out. Uh so that blending of systems is pretty interesting.
Okay, this character is my potential woman.
Yeah, I know you've been on the Mika tirade at least a little bit.
I think this character is completely and utterly fine, and the only thing that holds her back is that I think she's like slightly harder than like other like rushdown characters.
As far as hard goes, I think she just
think
has a
her-
different tool set.
Well, it's more like
Ooh.
for the way that she works, there's like a surprising amount of nuance. Like Mika missile stuff is like it's not very intuitive because you have to know like what the trajectory is of a lot of like the different angles.
Yeah.
You have to like also know how to convert off of like the missiles, which can be like varied depending on like their
Nice.
height and your position relative to them.
Mm-hmm. That was a very
like-
good route. Oh my god.
I also think that her pressure is just like kind of weird to run because like 2B as a normal is like so short and stubby, and most people are just used to using that as their infinite pressure button.
Yeah, it's short and stubby, but it's 6 frames, man. It's a really
6
good
frames is true,
defensive
yeah.
tool. Yeah. It's a great
good.
defensive tool. And then, it fits pretty well because you have essentially another Akatsuki Wagner 5B. And you have nice. Ooh! Damn, he still got the counter hit on that. Are you gonna? No, I don't think this. No, it might
With
kill.
CS? Yep.
Yes, that's gonna kill. Depressivosaur. No, not yet. Tomorrow for NA at least. She'll be out soon. We're about a day and some change away. Also, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I think she certainly can be awkward, but not having to care as much about bounces really has helped streamline her, I think.
That was a good change in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
That definitely needed to happen.
Yeah.
But I do think like on the note of stubby normals, I think stubby normals in this game forces you to really approach the game in a different way.
Yeah.
And it can be a little strange and a little frustrating. I don't think that I would have a very fun, intuitive time playing Mika, if only for that reason. If all of my let's get out of this corner options really hinged on dash block or dash normals or like using C missile, things like that, or just having a very good read on like a 5B. Yeah, I would feel a little bit more limited. And definitely, like, when I play Landrekia, I feel really comfortable playing spacing traps against this Mika player, you know?
Mhm.
Like, it feels pretty easy to just, like, walk away from Mika and Seth for the most part and throw out Big Button and hope that it caught something, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just not getting dash blocked at enough, but
Ooh.
that seems to be but that seems to be
also-
what you need to do, you know?
I
So
think to some extent the way that these characters work is they're supposed to like run in and out of like characters' effective ranges, and like their movement
Wow.
is the thing that you're supposed to use to take advantage of the fact that you can't like, space people as well.
yeah. I'm gonna pause this to talk to the stream in a second. But Dave, obviously as you're talking about that, I'm just reminded of the last time I got to visit you and how much I was smiling in my heart because you finally understood it. So for those people who don't know, in Clear, I went to hang out with Foxof and his wife, where he lives, and just for the hell of it, I've been telling him to learn Akatsuki, because Akatsuki is very easy at this point, at least as far as combos and stuff go. And I pressed 5B on him and walk back over and over and over and over again.
On Orye.
On Orye. Yeah, on Orye. And there are many such cases for characters that just have things that they press into dash block characters. And seeing his frustration after being on the receiving end of Vatista and Landrakia chasing those characters down is like very, very cathartic. So I'm so glad that Dave gets to mention that without any prompting. It's great. It's like, hey, you know, maybe dash block, as powerful as it is not the end all be all. It has pros and cons, you know. But sorry, to continue addressing the chat here, I'm gonna pause this. Good morning, Montoon. What's up? So I'm just gonna call you Depressivo. This game is on sale right now, isn't it?
It was. I don't.
It
Still is.
Hold up.
Oh no, it is not on sale right now. It was on sale.
The deluxe edition is 40% off. So.
Oh, is it? Oh yeah. But the base game is no longer on sale, I think. It was half off, I think, up until last week or something like that. I would have probably offered to buy it for this person, if not. Oh, Brazil. Yeah. In Brazil, it's definitely going to be expensive. And no, Moth, it's not anti-Mika scheming. We were just looking at the set between Satohiro and that. Brazil does have a scene there, though. So hopefully you can link up with them and learn the game. They're a really strong scene. And then Louis Look Garm did get you the link to the Discord. If you're in the Midwest, there's another one too. I think our Danison stuff should be starting up soon. I think it's the week after this week, just to let people kind of breathe with the new patch. So yeah, yes, Brazil definitely has a scene for this game, and they play online a lot. So hold on, let me see if I can. We're going to go here. I think UNI Brazil is still. Fuck. I don't know where UNI Brazil is. I'm gonna pull this to the side. I'll look this up on my own. But yeah, there's a scene for the game for sure.
Actually, trying to think, it was Brazil specifically that Defiant did the
exhibition against, right? I believe so.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can. If nothing else, I can grab that VOD because it was a really great exhibition.
Yeah. Shoot. Yeah, Farofsky, who did the Evo, who worked with Brett for the Evo Top 8, is from Brazil. I'm gonna link this to this person. I'm sure they can help you. Farofsky is a really good dude. I didn't know he was that young. Oh, Zate, yeah. It's just a warning. Okay, cool. Yeah, the Kumite was here.
Kumite, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Kumite.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get through this real quick. We'll continue that. But yeah, I would link up with him because Brazil definitely has a strong scene. Very dedicated. Both them and the Chilean scene are really, really dedicated. And Louis look, I don't know where you're from. If you're in the States, there should be people to play with for sure. Uh-oh. Drop combo. So Satohiro is up 2 right now. Ooh. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's so scary though to dash up and you see that you see that they have just the tiniest little bit of meter left on their VO. I'm so scared to meaty at that point. I'm like the
Yeah.
demons are gonna win in this player's mind. They are gonna do something with that meter.
Yeah. I mean, when you see your own VO meter disappearing, it's just like, shit, do I have to make something happen? But what I've learned after VO and stuff, people are pretty cool with just taking throw.
What's up, Garm?
Hey, Garm.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, Jonathan? Yeah, my tag is not Suteneko, but you can call me Stray Cat. Oh, what an up kick. That was sick. 8. Yep, side switch. Got again.
Just the classics in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was gonna say if there was some way to stall for that. It does feel so good when you can just extend your combo just enough so that you get 4 pulls, so you can
CVO or
spend more
something at the
resources
end.
to kill. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a good feeling. Yes, people do play Yuzu at a high level. Although Yuzu maybe, depending on who you talk to, Yuzu may or may not be a top tier character. But there's plenty of Yuzu around. There's strong Yuzu in Brazil as well. A lot of strong players playing Yuzu here in North America. Not so much in Japan anymore. Kure is somewhat active. Oh, there's that JB again.
The Yuzuriha to Kaguya pipeline does appear to be real.
Yeah. Tari, so it's what Tari Carp was playing her for a bit.
Yeah.
I don't think we're
correct as well though, right?
No, that was Hishi playing Cog,
okay.
I think.
Ray's definitely picked up another character. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Kaguya.
That would be crazy if so. JV CS, the classic. That one seems a little bit more of a nostalgic sort of mix up with CS. I know I still use it because Akatsuki does get a combo off of Assault JV CS, but it's not super common anymore, I don't think.
The World War II can opener.
Yeah.
For your rations. This
Absolutely.
VOD is like right after Evo, I think, right?
No, this VOD is this weekend. It happened on Saturday morning.
Suteneko plays at Evo and he just wanted to play everyone in first to tens.
Yeah.
He played, I think, B-Man as well. It was like a 10-6, 10-7 for Suteneko.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that really the set between Suteneko and Defiant came down to a post CS interaction at at Lawn 5B range. And Suteneko did dash B and Lawn 5B counter hit it. And I was like, wow. The
this
power
is B.
of this move.
Yo, this dude did B parry.
It's a good button, sir.
Yep, CS. Delay VO. Wait. Oh, what a backdash!
Videos like more than some Hilda players.
Oh,
Nice. That was great.
no, this is the best Enkidu. Holy, that was
was
so
sick.
sick, especially for the set ending situation. Did the backdash, shield. Oh my god,
That's
that was
crazy.
sick.
Yeah.
It only hit once.
That was so cool, and he had meter to finish it at the end too. Yeah, JFF. I think playing around at the top of the screen where Mika kind of gets to do that to most characters doesn't necessarily work as much against Enkidu, but yep. So Hirotaka 10-6 over 5th place at Evo. So we've hit that area. Obviously, Garm, you've been in the chat, so you know we've kind of been yapping about the game and its current state. Actually, I'm going to create content that I don't normally ever create.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, tier list?
Yeah, we're gonna do tier
Oh,
maker.
no.
So this is going to be less of a tier list and more of a Akatsuki matchup chart. So yeah. Let's let us do matchup charts, actually. Let's
start with Ogre because I'm curious how you feel.
You're talking
about
about
that
Aka versus Ogre. Okay. So
Yeah.
we're gonna add a row below here. Akatsuki matchup. Right. There we go. Oh, I am interested in this. Let's see.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Oh,
Excuse-
Yeah, I think the character is like, I mean, she's always been as strong as that, and I think people forget like every character in this game can win. And
Yeah.
it's just easier for some characters, and it's not as easy for Mika. But people overblow like the low tiers being like really bad.
Yeah.
They're not. And so
I mean-
I think Suteneko had a good run.
Yeah.
But it was not something that was completely in his hands. I feel like
Yeah.
with the lower half of the cast, a lot of characters do feel that way, where it's like, oh, I did well, partially because I played really well, and partially because I got lucky.
Yeah, if there's one thing that I think is both kind of by design, like I think that they want this to be that way, it is in tournament, it really just kind of depends on what you run into. Like you kind of have to have a good bracket path unless you're playing, like a very obvious strong character. All right.
Okay, I said Ogre first, but actually I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, so save that.
Yes. Yes.
Be right back.
Actually, I do want to see what that meme was. I'll look at this. Oh, star. One of my favorite things, and also this is true, me and Snappy at CV type beat. There's absolutely a tendency of, oh, okay, X character does well at major, like secret top tier, secret high tier. And I do get why people want to do that. Obviously I've used that confirmation bias to be like, hey, this character isn't as bad as you think it is, but it's always really funny when it happens. All right. That's funny. It kept the font color in there. I wonder if I can change that. Nope. All right, that's cool. So Aka matchup chart. I'm just gonna put Aka up here. I don't know if I need 5 spots, but All right.
Could leave 5 and then decide whether or not they're serving you.
People have
Yeah.
been doing 3.
People have been doing 3. I'm looking at this and I kind of created a color variant where it's like these are still even enough, but like they are slanting to like closer to me feeling like it's advantaged or disadvantaged versus like some characters that I think are like pretty firmly disadvantaged or advantaged. I think that that's going to be where I put it. So I don't know. I look at all of these characters and I don't know if you agree with this as a person who plays a bunch of characters, but I just think when I look at some of these characters, it's like I want to put them somewhere and I'm like, oh no, this thing is like annoying or that thing is like kind of easy to deal with. It's hard for me to place something somewhere. So I guess I'll go with the low-hanging fruit. This I think
yes.
this one we can put there. I will also put you here. I guess
I agree so far.
I'll kind of talk about each of these. Don't be surprised if I move them around. For now, Gordo still I think struggles quite a bit against Akatsuki. I think especially if the change comes in that was put at Evo, where I think it's like EX Mortal is going to be like +4 or something, like more plus than it was before. So you actually just have to hold whatever he's doing. Akatsuki doesn't have to care about that as much. I'm dreading that a lot more, I think, with Hilda versus Gord than Akka, but his backwalk and 5C improvements and like 2B improvements give him a lot more agency, but he just kind of gets run over frame data wise still. It's a lot better than it used to be, but I think that he still wins that. And then Eltnum, I think, has so many ways to attack where Akatsuki wants to attack. Fireballs are not super great. She has long lows. She can catch jump. I think gunshot, whenever they're enhanced, it's a lot. It's a lot, and he also kind of struggles to fight out of the corner against her too. Like, it's stinky. Carmine. So this guy has changed around a bit. I know that Karm players don't love this one, but I kind of think I want to put this here.
Yeah. So this is a struggle I have with placing Carmine on my tier list as well, or my matchup charts. Is there are definitely characters who have tools that play pretty well into Carmine.
Yep.
Characters have unique tools that do well into Carmine, but it's also like Carmine is blatantly overtuned right now.
Yeah.
So you can have good tools into Carmine, but you're still playing with a character who, gets a full conversion off of pretty much any stray hit, and he's always putting stuff in neutral that you could randomly get hit by.
Yeah.
And so I think like, oh yeah, my character does well into Carmine, and then Carmine randomly tags me in neutral with force function, and I have to hold the pressure.
Yeah.
And the Oki, I'm like, oh, well, this doesn't feel like it's even or like anywhere near advantage for me still.
Yeah. Yep, that's well said. So I don't know exactly where he's going to end up on the spectrum, but I'm going to put it slightly disadvantaged just because post hit, like opportunity cost hit and post hit is so in his favor. Like, it's crazy. Byakuya, I think, kind of falls into the same sort of paradigm. So I'm actually going to put him in here too. I think he's doable, but the opportunity cost for Byakuya to randomly hit something and win the game is too high. It's so high. Like, it's crazy. Mika. So I've been kind of a proponent for a while, where I thought Mika versus Akatsuki wasn't nearly as bad as some of the Mika players thought that it was. Garm, I know you and I played a lot in Clear, and while obviously there's like really strong points that Akatsuki has, I've always thought that Mika has like a fair amount of agency. Like she does kind of smother him once she hits him. Isumi-san, Ohio. And then, you know, she got a bunch of tools in this version of the game that make it a lot more swingy. So I think he still beats this character. I don't think he beats her nearly as bad as maybe he used to. Just perfectly fine.
Yeah, I can see that because in the previous version, I think Akatsuki had pretty good tools against like EX missile. Right? If Mika's just like staying in the air for too long, she gets 2-2'd. But Mika sorta has access to like the Merkava zone now.
Yeah.
Where she's like a full screen away and over there, and she hangs force function over you.
Yep.
She has to come down eventually. Like she hangs up there a lot less, but I think that range is like really strong.
Yeah.
For almost everyone.
I do feel like I probably haven't explored some of my anti-airs enough, because like they did buff 6C again. It's like really good if it manages to touch anywhere near you as far as its head and ball goes. It still has some flaws obviously, but it's like a strong fucking tool to use. So I think it can catch the Merkava zone type characters a little bit more. Pinku is probably a little familiar with this because sometimes they'll just be up there with Aurier and I'm just like, I'm kind of done with this. And, you know, it turns into a Gurullian damage. Speaking of her, I'm going to put her right here for now.
I think that is fair.
Yeah, I played this a lot, and I think both characters have a lot of agency. It's kind of interesting because she's gone, even though she's gotten stronger, she's gone from like here in ST to about here in Clear to about here in UNI 2. And I like that. I'm very appreciative of that. That's fun.
I think also what's important about that matchup is like each character has like a tool that the other one finds like completely insufferable.
Yep.
Like Aurier doesn't like dealing with Bitatsu or Fireball, and Akatsuki doesn't like dealing with Aurier standing at like range 4, like pressing normals and Thanatos.
Yep.
So it's like I feel like because both characters basically have each other's pet peeves, then like it's like probably even.
Yeah. Welcome back, Foxof.
Welcome back as he drags Landrakia into a little disadvantage. Yep.
So honestly, I think the more that I am looking at these characters, because I'm also going to put her here, I think Akatsuki having to fight from neutral through tools and from disadvantage into various tools that are kind of ambiguous about the timing in which that they come, like timing and tempo. I think Akatsuki is not good at dealing with that. In Eltnum is kind of similarly the case, except that she really, like, in contrast to those four characters where they just kind of retreat from you, and you know they are good at moving forward against Akatsuki. Like Eltnum does not give a shit where she is on screen against Akatsuki. These four characters below her, with maybe Landrakia being the best version of that, kind of also don't care where Akatsuki is. Like they'll put him just about anywhere that they want to put him, and he's kind of on the back foot there. But I mean, 5B, 4B, J3B, there's just a lot of opportunity cost to set up and like put Akatsuki on the back foot.
I mean, my opinion though is like as Landrakia, I like to be in like those ranges you described. Like I like to be at, you know, tip 5B range and like 4C range and anywhere where I can slam C Rekka. But I actually don't like to be like 3/4 of the screen away. And especially if you have meter. Like
Yeah.
if you have meter and I actually then I have to actually be more honest with my neutral.
Yep.
And maybe let you set the pace a little bit better, because just doing anything at that point feels like I'm just getting Citatsu to the corner. So unlike some other characters, Lan's, when he throws something out, he doesn't really have a way to make it safe other than CS. He doesn't have like access to a CTP or anything like that. So I actually don't like to be at like 3/4 of the screen distance. Once we're in like the infighting range, then I actually feel pretty good.
No,
I don't want to be there.
Yeah, I think he's really good at that range. And honestly, all 4 of these characters, now that I think about it, have the haha, we're not 5-framers, so feel bad about us, but like these 5As don't let you do anything characters. Like all 4 of those are those characters, honestly. They're just smashing 5A when they think that you're anywhere near them. They close their eyes and just smash the button. Those are the 4 characters that I kind of like despise in that way. Yeah, we'll put that there. I think this one actually kind of I don't think that this one is that losing, to be honest.
Like, it's largely, I think, in my opinion, limited by the fact that you're like Akatsuki is so slow, and like his movement is really linear, and Chaos is really good at exploiting that. But also, like, if you get in, then he just like kind of dies.
Yeah, that's I think a pretty apt way of saying that. I do think also that like killing Ozzy, especially since it doesn't do health damage to Chaos anymore, killing Ozzy is like fine, but not amazing. Like,
Right.
it's fine, but you still have to fight through like him fucking jumping and having Ozzy back in 3 seconds. 5C, 2C, 5B, all of that other shit. Like, it's not super enjoyable. I'm gonna put you here. He's annoying, but you hit him and he dies. Like, that's kind of where you put it.
Mid-tier moment.
This character, I guess, man, there's something in me that just like, I hear Seth mid-tier and it just makes me see red, but you're probably right. I mean, I don't know.
Like,
you're probably right.
Here's the problem, right? Like, I think like anything past like your top 5 is like such like a nothing burger discussion, because I think like for the most part mid-tiers in this game, like everyone in mid-tier is like a completely viable, full-fledged like functional character. So that's why I think that like talking about tier list placements outside of everyone's top 5 is just pointless, because to me every character like that is in that tier is like basically like the same level of strength, if not like slightly varied.
Yeah, I just think that my connotation of like, and this is a personal problem obviously, my connotation of like what a mid-tier is, and like when I hear mid-tier, I'm like transferred back into the Brawl days where like mid-tiers were really mid-tiers, like the character power was not that high for those characters. So
it's the modern era. Now all of our tier lists have to start with S and then go down from there. So we've got, our top 5 S'ers, and then we've got a million A's.
Yeah.
And then like 2 B's.
Maybe it's because my brain tricks myself into feeling better about it, but if I hear tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, then that is more acceptable to me than like S tier, mid-tier, blah blah blah. Like it doesn't matter, but it does. So it's just my own complex. I gotta get over
it. Okay, so going back to this chart though, yes. You don't actually have to talk about Phonon if you don't want. I feel like that one is kind of cut and dry. But Merkava, talk to me about Merkava.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about both. I think Phonon with 1 meter is still really good against Akatsuki, especially now that CDP is an actual DP. Pretty good. If you get behind, you have to chase her, so on and so forth. But the Texas based Akatsuki's have that one unlocked. That this one has always been a weak matchup for me, so I'm just gonna put you here. maybe this like this, but Merkava. So,
Can I just start by saying that I too have been personally affected by God Hana?
Well, I also played Gravy. I played Gravy and I played Borderlands at Arc World Tour. I've played Vile. I think that this character is pretty good, and I think that, like, in contrast to most of his other maybe more explosive matchups, his neutral control against Akka trying to like chase through the Merkava zone, as Dave as Foxof kind of talked about it. Akatsuki doesn't love it, but if he's right, he gets such a big reward that it doesn't matter. I do think that Merkava kind of uniquely has good tools against like Tatsu pressure once it's blocked, I mean. But Tatsu can dust up like fuzzy jumps. I don't think Merkava loves the fireball interaction gameplay, especially with EX parry. I just think both characters have a lot of agency in this one. Aka's going to have to play it a lot more patiently than maybe he would like. And I do think that Merkava does have the ability to reposition relatively well with like swoop and everything like that. In contrast to previous versions, they did improve like safe jump, okizeme, and all of that stuff. And Akka really doesn't like having babies eat up parry, which puts him in more hit lag to get thrown or so on and so forth. Like, I think that both characters just have a lot of agency in this one. That's about where I have it, I think.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about that one, Foxof? Because I think you might have some Merkava opinions that I don't know about.
No. I mean, I think that's fair, everything that you've said, and I do think like having a really strong step dash, particularly like a good dash block in that matchup is probably really valuable. But yeah, I have come around to like in this patch, in this version, being like, wow, Merkava is pretty good. Like this character is really strong.
Yeah.
I just don't think people zone enough on him because I think his zoning is actually like phenomenal.
Yeah. I just think like zoning is hard in this game, you know.
Yeah,
unless you're this guy. But outside of that, zoning is pretty hard. And being wrong and either getting hit or giving up something, it just feels so awful.
I definitely felt for I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the Japanese Merkava player that Big Black played into. Crow, yeah.
Yeah.
So Crow, the zoning was so good.
Yep.
And then Crow would look and see, oh, it's like 9 o'clock on the cycle and I'm behind on grid, and go to concentrate. And like clockwork, BB was just like, oh, you're finally done. Time to 6-6 you. And now you're in the corner.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
yeah, zoning is hard. But
It is. BB is also so disciplined though, like with that in matchups like that where it's like, oh, okay, you had your fun, now it's my turn, and if you are wrong, if you're right, like we just go back to normal. This is perfectly fine. But if you're wrong, oh boy, I get to win now. I've always respected that about him playing into Merkava, because he was one of the up players, I think, even back in ST. Sorry, go ahead, Pinku.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I think it's because, like, I think the hardest part about playing Byakuya is just accepting sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Which isn't to say that, like, it's hopeless. It's just, like, there's nothing you can do in that moment. So, like, you just kind of, like, wait around and, like, just, like, wait for a time where you can actually do something. Like, again, this isn't all to say that you have no agency. It's just to say that, like, your time is soon, little spider, but not yet.
teach me how to have that mentality on Ogre, and we'll do well.
You just accept things as they come.
Man.
And Yeah.
I don't think you can wait too long on Ogre. I feel like if you're just sitting there waiting, you lose. You have to project a lot of threat, but Byakuya does that by standing. He can't go into you, but he.
Yeah, I think with Ogre, the projecting threat is menacingly dashing up and back dashing in the mid range.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
only so many times you can hit the showers before it's like, okay, are you gonna do something else, right?
Yeah.
I also think Byaku's just really good at playing for a life lead, because if you have a web out and like your opponent doesn't have a way of just like hard dealing with it, you can just like charge cycle behind it and smile.
Yeah. Charge cycle and make different decisions while they're kind of stuck there. Yuzu, I've come around to Yuzu not being nearly as bad. She kind of falls into that vat zone where it's very much a like waste their time 2025 and then like win the actual mix up to like force more desperate like play. I do watch like Cow get broken down by Twang, and like, you know, Twang I think plays the Yuzu matchup like extremely well. He's probably the best Akka in the world at it, I think, at this point. But it really is like you just wait your turn and then you win or lose based on like when you get a hit or not. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot to say. Like, a lot can go wrong in the Yuzu matchup, but if you just wait, it's fine, I guess.
Whoa, this mouse cursor is intriguing right now.
I'll put her here for now.
Okay. I thought this was one that historically Akatsuki did pretty well into.
Yes, it definitely was. But I think now, yeah, 214B he busts out is so fucking annoying to deal with. You do all of this stuff dealing with like force function cancels and her just like fucking being in the Merkava zone. She's also really good at that. The dynamic completely changes the moment she has meter. And I think because she does a bunch of shit neutral that you have to wait around, she probably has more opportunity cost to build meter a little more. And then it just kind of turns a bunch of like situations that are okay into, okay, you got hit and now, you know, post hit, everybody in the game is good. And Nanase's post hit is not one of the best in the game, but it's strong, I think. Once she hits you, whatever doo-doo dimension thing that she wants to do to you, like, I think is like good. I would have said that the neutral put that in Akatsuki's favor in previous versions of the game, where, you know, where you shrink down the amount of mistakes that you are able to make. Nanase's like ability to create different options for herself gives her like more agency. And then now you pair that with the fact that like if you misspace something and she just decides to 214B, she gets a full combo. And now, yeah, she's kind of in the Carmine zone to me, where it's like, yeah, on paper you might dumpster this character in some things, but like the moment she hits you, it just all goes downhill from there. It just, actually, while I'm talking about it, let me put this motherfucker in there too. These three characters are the same character. Like 1, 2, 3, all of these fuckers are the same character. But it just depends on what level of whatever you do. Like if you let him out and you let him play, he just like he takes an inch and goes 5 miles with it. Like character is really obnoxious post hit. He might not be able to hit you initially, but it's annoying. There's like 3 different things that you have to pay attention to. Like it's fucking annoying. I'll put it, yeah. He's there. So Hmm. So I'm going to put him here. I don't know exactly where I want to put him. I mean, you both have strong answers to everything that the opposing character does. I think it really just is a matter of who's right more. If you do not fuzzy jump his command grabs enough, or if you're just getting tagged for jumping, it feels really bad, but you have answers to just about everything. I think this one's pretty close to even. But if you're wrong, it goes downhill in a hurry for either character, I think. Um, I'm gonna.
Truther.
What's up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kuon Truther.
I just I just think that he's the same as these, not her.
Yep.
He's just like, all right,
down to the 5A. Yep.
Yeah, down to the 5A. It's just it's more of the same shit basically. Like, all right, well, you know, if you're right and you run him down, like, cool, but even if you hit him, flash kicks out, or, you know, he presses 5A because you got spaced out a microsecond, or he presses 2B and, you know, side switches you, and now you're in the doo-doo dimension.
The truly insidious thing about, I mean, both Vatista and Kuon have a really annoying flash kick OS to have to deal with that they can then RPS in other options with. But the really insidious thing about Kuon's defense is that you really can't bait B flash kick unless you're not actually getting point blank, so you're not actually in your throw range, you're just faking getting into your throw range so you can backdash out successfully. And it doesn't have that dead zone that Vatista B flash kick has. And also the secret third thing is he doesn't even need it because one cat is out here.
Yeah.
So running a strike throw on Kuon when they are about that life, yeah, it's really hard.
The funny thing too is, not only does he have one CAD which catches backdashes, he has two bad. He could just press 2B because it's 8 turns active, so it's gonna catch your backdash anyway. Like, no, this character defensively, all of the shit that I've ever complained about Vatista, he just has like better versions of those things. Like, this character is, oh man, what a lame character. But there needs to be a character like this. I'm yeah, okay, I'll just do that. So Kaguya is like a marriage between this guy and this guy, like these two, where I think personally that her buttons for boxing against Akatsuki are so much better than maybe other Kaguya players think. I think 5B, 236A, 2C, all of those normals are basically like, they're basically the same shit like you have to deal with some of these other characters, except that her backwalk isn't as good. And I think her defense from walking back is like, okay, you have 5C kind of. 4B does dust up basically every jump angle that Akatsuki has. Like, he just can't do it to her. But actually, yeah, there's no but. Like, actually, she has more than enough to deal with Akatsuki. And then she hits you, and then, you know, you have to deal with whatever setup that they decide to do. I just think that, well, no, Kaguya's damage, it's good.
She's like on the higher end.
Yeah, she's just a bit more susceptible, I think, to Akatsuki running offense than the other ones are. Yeah, it's even enough. It's annoying.
I can't talk about this character's damage because if I do, I get sad. Because like I think that she does like a lot, but then like I'll compare notes to someone else and they're doing something that does 400 damage less, and then they'll say, well, it's easy. And I'll be like, well, then you can't say that the damage is bad when it's accessible. You just choose not to do it.
Yeah.
So like,
I think Kaguya's biggest problem as a character is really just the neutral, which is just okay. It's not like bad, but it's just all right. But
she just
she's pretty
oh, sorry,
good.
go ahead.
I mean, that's
She
really
ju-
it.
She just doesn't have a way of like Garm like hit the nail on the head because like we both played this character and like I was like, why do you hate her so much? Like, why do you hate playing her? Why is it such a slog? And he's like, I don't have a way to move forward and continue pressure that isn't just threatening run up throw or 2A. And he's like, and it's really boring and it's not exciting and I can't do anything other than fucking backwalk, play in this like turret range, and like encourage people to jump at me and anti-air them.
Yep.
And I'm just stuck here waiting for them to choose to do something or not do anything at all, and it's boring.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah,
Yeah, I think
fair.
the big thing with that too is the fact that like her normals are a bit incongruent with like how you want to run traditional uni offense. Any point that she's outside of a normal range, you know, it's all window dressing to set up dash throw, and
Well, she has, yeah.
you press 5A to catch fuzzy jumps, and you press 2A to stagger. Like that is you have 6C you can catch people with. Technically I guess you can slide into late special cancel if you really want to, but like it's not a lot. In fact, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, if you took that aspect of Kaguya, like, oh man, she just really can't move forward and so on and so forth, I think Kuon would be significantly more interesting if he had that problem, but he does not have that problem. He absolutely does not have that problem. And that's why he is a good character, I think.
I mean, a lot of what fixes his offense too. It's just he has like such a stupidly fast dash acceleration, so run up throw is like always threatening. Whereas like, I don't think she's on like the slower end, but it's like she definitely is not as fast as him.
Well, that too, but like the brushstroke normals that he has, on paper they're bad.
They just cover everything.
Yeah, on paper they're fucking bad, but in practice they're not bad. And then you wait
a just gets to press like 6 more normals than Kaguya does on offense.
Yeah.
Like, he does a 236AA and like he can reset on the 236A.
Yep.
And then once he does a pillar, he's like outside of a range where a character can take their turn usually.
Yep.
So
Well, that's the thing that's so frustrating. It's like you look at her frame data, you look at her rebates, and you're like, wow, there's a lot of -1 in here. And then you realize that all of the -1 situations are like outside of her effective range to like actually threaten anything. And it's just like this character literally just says like, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, and she just says it over and over and over and over again. And then eventually it's like, okay, well I can't threaten throw anymore, and my opponent's figured out the thing, and now they're just hitting the D button, and now I've lost cycle.
Yeah, she's like fun on, but cooler.
That I really want to move.
Okay,
and
well, then I will shoot you.
Yeah, and I think that's great because like the moment. So this is also kind of why I always felt like the players should take a Byakuya approach of sorts, where the first hit is just whatever takes them close enough to the corner, because like now dash throw is obviously on the table. And on top of that, she gets the powerful part of moving backwards and being +1. And so it's like, oh, do you try to keep moving forward? That's where she can do like, you know, neutral jump falling JB, which is huge, by the way. It's great. It's great. Yeah. And it's very easy to combo into other things. Like, I just think you need a real, this is a Justin Wong character. You just need someone who is perfectly okay with like, I'm just gonna fucking sit here and here you go. Like I honestly think this is like a BB character, but not, you don't win the game as hard when you hit people, I think.
Making the Kuon comparison too, like I think one thing that Kuon has, which like she is like severely lacking, is she doesn't have a normal that like moves her far enough forward that she can like use as like a launch point for her other normals. So like 5B or whatever at like tip range doesn't convert into anything other than like 236A, and you can't convert 236A without CS, and you can't convert 236A without like 236C.
Wait,
so like
can you not 5BB 3C?
No, because,
no.
What is it? Like, you can try and do 5B, 3C, and like it can work, but the problem with her B normals especially is they have such little hit stun. Like, so for instance, you can't reaction. Also, sorry, I'm getting hung up on this character, but you
No, you're
can't
perfectly fine.
you cannot do counter hit 5B and reaction 5BB and it will work.
Yeah.
Because 5B has such little hit stun that even on counter hit, it just like doesn't do anything. So basically, like when you're pressing 5B and you want it to hit, you have to commit at tip range to like, what's it called? To 236A, because one, that's the safest option. Two, it's the most consistent option. Three, you get to continue your pressure. And four, if you commit to 3C wrongly after pressing 5B, then you're minus a Gorillion and you explode.
Yeah. I
Can you
think
not just slam 5BB and acknowledge that there will be a tiny gap, but then, you know, have an easy hit confirm? Because like that's actually gatlingable. Like, you know, unlike Lon,
Yeah,
like
but-
you don't press 5BB and then only have your special cancels, right?
Yeah, but
So-
it doesn't move you forward. Like, this is the whole problem. Like, if you're doing it at tip range, it doesn't move you forward far enough that you can do things like 2C.
yeah.
So, like, you're still, you're, like, in the same situation where they're at the tip of your 5B distance and you don't have a way of converting it outside of, like, 3C, which is, like, kind of weird.
Yep.
But, like, but all this to say, Kuon has 3C. And, like, 3C is, like, the ultimate stabilizer when it comes to anything distance related on that character, because it's like, oh, they're, like, at max distance, okay, I'm gonna hit 3C, and this is gonna work because they're going to special, and blah, blah, blah. 2C is, like, a broken-ass normal, but it doesn't do that.
Yeah. Yep. Uzuki, I was actually kind of tempted to put her here, like right about there, but
236A is just so broken, it's like...
I honestly don't think that Akatsuki cares that much about 236C or 236A.
Look, on defense, it's pretty big now.
It's okay. I mean, it just dies to Tatsu and dies to Fireball. Like if you have to run in, yeah, it's fine. I would say the big thing is Poison Cloud. Up back
Yeah.
Poison Cloud, masking her jump normal arcs are really the big thing in that one. And then, you know, her normals that she's just slamming on you, you do kind of have to care about them. But the moment you hit her, it's like fine. And Aka somewhat has to care about her items, somewhat not. That's actually I'll put it here. That's fine.
It's a fine matchup, sir.
Yep.
Mm,
That high up though, wow. So is it really worse than Yuzu?
Oh,
they're similarly worse, I think. Honestly, if I'm gonna be completely honest, I would probably
Man. Whew. Okay.
mm,
Also, man, it is so me coded to like not say anything for like 20 minutes, and then like a character that I play comes up, and suddenly I have opinions.
so the thing with these, I think like it's kind of hard. I think of these four, all of these are worse depending on like how good you're playing. Like, you know, dashing into whiff punish Enkidu is certainly possible. You do have special cancels around him. But he's like a character that sticks to you. If anything, I would say like these characters are all kind of similar of like how how bad is your movement and like how far do you have to chase these guys. Like it's is chasing this harder than fighting through a bunch of stupid shit that you have to deal with, like of them pressing shit on you. And so like he probably falls closer into this category where these two are like, you really don't get to start. Yeah, there's like natures of bad matchups or like difficult matchups for Akatsuki. There's the, we're just gonna kind of swing some shit, and if you get hit, like, good for you, like you're kind of fucked. And then there's, we're playing Tom and Jerry, and the moment that you are Tom, I'm going to put you in the doo-doo dimension. Like, yeah, those are like the flavors of his bad matchups, but depending on like how bad it is, I don't know. Like, these are all kind of annoying though. Line I think is maybe closer to even though, but the rest of these guys are they're all kind of similar flavors. Hyde, I'll put Hyde here just because I think his post hit is so much better than Akatsuki's, I think. And like how the ranges that he kind of fights through and everything, I just think his post hit is really good. And the moment he puts you in the corner, it doesn't matter what character you are, you're just gonna die. Yeah, and maybe this. Yeah, I'll put this like this. These guys, yeah.
This one's interesting.
I'm gonna start with this
I don't know
guy.
where I put this. Okay, yeah. Start with Ogre.
I think I'm gonna put him here.
Slowly moving around. This cursor is so interesting.
Yeah.
And yeah, I pretty much agree. My perspective is about the same.
I think 2C makes a lot of like the neutral Akka has to play against him pretty funny.
I don't think it's 2C. It's 6C, and his jump normals are actually surprisingly annoying to deal with.
No,
They hit so much farther than I think that they hit.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, and Silent started JAing like he's fucking Seth, and that's like another additional thing that I had to deal with. Like, he's just full of a bunch of annoying shit. But like, you do get to hit him. Well, no, he kind of has the Merkava thing too, where you can throw him is a little bit further behind where it looks like you can. I think
the problem with him is that his JB crosses up and his JA is a nut scratcher normal.
Yeah.
And I think that it is really corny to watch JA whiff, think to yourself, okay, well, he's over my head, so now I can press, and then JB hits you like a fucking soul normal.
Yep.
And you're just like, wow, bro, awesome, sick, cool, wonderful.
Yep.
This guy is actually like half asleep at the wheel, and he just like got to win the situation because he has a broken ass fucking backwards hitting jump normal.
Yeah, and the
backwards hitting jump normals, I hate backwards hitting jump.
The funny thing about that is, even with all of that involved, like, because you have to start respecting his jump shit so much, his normal frame data is really good. His fucking 5A, he gets to chain that like 5 times in a row on block, and then start 2Aing, like not 2Aing, like 2C'ing, which moves him forward and all this other shit. Like, man, fuck this character, bro. And that's even before like force trade, which is going to get buffed with this 7-frame bullshit. Like, yeah, he's a prime character that is going to shift closer to these little fuckers who are just doing shit all the time. So yeah, we'll put him here. The Hilda matchup is, I'm going to put her right here.
Sure.
Oh, really?
And
It can't be worse than even for Hilda, I think.
I think that this matchup and the Aurier matchup have so many parallels to me, where, like, honestly speaking, both of these characters dictate the pace in neutral, and if they're able to set up their comfortable positions, then like to some extent, it kind of turns into these guys up top. If you can, well, hold on, they can't see my cursor. Excuse me. I'm gonna capture the cursor area. Sorry, I gotta redo that. There we go. There we go. So she kind of comes very close to these. Like these two kind of are like the I'm not touching you, haha. And here are like some normals that are slightly outside of your dash up stuff. But they operate in different ways. Like Hilda has more than enough tools to, I think, stave off Akka. And then post hit, he really just does not do super well against them. But like you touch them and then it's like kind of party time. You really just need strong defense, strong system defense to survive Akka. And the better you are relative to your opponent's offense, the more comfortable you're going to feel. But I look at these as kind of like, if you're fighting Defiant Akka, and shout outs to Defiant, who is now in the stream, the way that he picks you apart with like Hyde or another character, he can do on Akka. And so you just like fucking die sometimes. Like that's I think about where that's at. Yeah, so this is maybe my matchup chart. I think Eltnum is just like the worst matchup he has by a mile. I think this matchup fucking sucks, dude. Everything else, like you maybe could do like this if you really want, depending on like how strongly you feel about it. But yeah, Izumi, as far as I saw, Izumi's frame data looks pretty good. And I think that if you have good B normal frame data and you have a long 5A, which I don't know if she has or not, then you have more than enough agency against Akatsuki, I think. If you rely on specials to do a bunch of shit that aren't particularly safe, then you're going to have a slightly bad time against Akka, but it'll probably be somewhere in the spectrum for her. But yeah, so that is my live Akatsuki reaction tier lists, matchup chart, or whatever you want to say. Yeah, so as far as like a tier grouping, so we can kind of transition into this. I think that there are more characters in tier 2 to 2.5 that have a matchup chart that looks like this than a matchup chart that looks much better than this. Characters that I think have more green than close to yellow. Obviously this guy. These might, I honestly think that these characters probably have pretty close to even matchups. It just kind of depends on what you beat. Like it always is dependent on, I think, like what kind of characters you beat. And if you can beat really, really good and relevant characters, then your character is certainly a tier 1 or tier 1.5 or wherever you want to put it character. Yes. I think if you talk to any Akka player, they will tell you that Akka Elt is by far the worst matchup he has. I know when I talked to Stang before, he thought that it was like pretty good for him. Eltnum, that is. I think that she just keeps getting a bunch of tools that make it even more annoying for Akatsuki. Enkidu's fine. I think Enkidu is like very fine. Yeah, I think he's fine. It's fine. Yeah. So we'll save this here. This is my Akka chart. All right.
Okay, so as far as tiering, and you were saying like, you know, you're probably a stronger character if you know, your chart looks mostly green and there's not a whole lot of that orange and red. Do you think, like, from your perspective of like how you would make a tier list, like a more broad meta analysis, do you think that those characters that just have more green are just stronger, like just better? When your matchup chart just looks smoother like that, like, is that a good way to rate, do you think?
I think so. For me, I think so, but I know that everybody has kind of slightly different criteria as far as what they identify as a good character. And I think it also depends on what you're solving for. It's like a character, for example, like her, this girl right here. This girl, I think, has a matchup spread that is likely to have more yellow and orange than green, but her green and like light green to etc. is like filled with a bunch of characters that are meta relevant, I think. And so she has the opportunity to be right one time and win the game. Like she's to a lesser extent this guy, basically. Because I think he in theory should lose a lot more matchups than he actually does. But he doesn't. He's overtuned. He's really good. But like him, he kind of falls in that other spectrum where I think there's just like a lot more closer to green than orange. Because it's like, oh, okay, this kind of sucks, blah, blah, blah. And then like, I just hit him with 2C and now I win the game. Yeah, Defiant is like, yeah, Carmine Lead ain't not even that bad anymore. Like, it's just, yeah, I don't know. Then you have certain cases. So I'm willing to honestly expect that this girl right here has more green than orange. But I think she probably has a lot of yellow. Like, I think she has a lot of light green and a lot of yellow. And I also think that the characters that she super greens are not super relevant, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. So that's kind of about where I think. So like characters like her, characters like this one, she probably has a lot of yellow, I think. I think she has a lot of yellow. She might have a lot of light green, depending on what you think, but I think a character that just beats a bunch of characters 55-45, you can put them higher in a tier list, but how that's going to feel for the players themselves doesn't feel as good as like, I hit you, I win game. I think Line does not have the most even matchups out of the top tiers. Okay, relative to top tier characters, maybe. But like, I think Byakuya probably has more even matchups than Line does. I don't know if I think that Byakuya just beats a bunch of characters. Does that make sense? Is that something that sounds out of the ordinary? I think Byakuya has a lot of yellow, I think. As far as characters that Byakuya outright loses to, I don't think he has a lot of orange. He might not even have any red. That might be controversial. I don't know if I look at a character and I'm like, Byakuya definitely loses to this character. I'm talking about like 4-6, worse than 4-6, like 4-6 or worse. You used to be able to say Line, maybe. I mean, what do y'all think? Y'all play a wide collection of characters. Mika. Mika, maybe. Mika might be pretty bad.
All right, I'm going to drop This is a tweet from Sanford Kelly. I'm just gonna drop the contents in the chat here on Twitch.
Yep.
This is the take. The take is having a strong win condition is more valuable than having strong neutral options to threaten with.
Yep.
And neutral isn't going to win you more matches than blending someone. So your offense is like always going to take precedent over like your neutral presence. I have thought about this a lot, and I'm not sure where to land on it. It certainly feels like different from player to player. It feels like being neutral dominant is like how you win at lower to mid level, and that like when you are up against someone who is just not going to get filtered by those things, then you have to, you know, take it into consideration a lot more. But on the other hand, I don't know, like it's hard not for me to define matchups in terms of how much agency you actually have in them at any given time. Like if your opponent's options inherently limit yours down to a few interactions that you're allowed to make during the course of the match. I'm thinking, like, for example, Yuzu versus Akatsuki. Like, you can be right against Yuzu, and you can be right the one time and, you know, snowball that into a win.
Mm-hmm.
But you are going to be chilling for 95% of the rest of the match, you know? Do we call that an even matchup because of your opportunity, or are we calling it like a bad matchup because your options are so incredibly limited, you know?
Yeah, I tend to think that that is a bad matchup for that. So,
Yeah.
you know, I've hung around with Skullgirls a lot, and they talk about post-it mix-up, because like that is a strong reset game, and like it puts you into knockdown, and then you have to like guess between a bunch of stuff. But I think a lot about like accessibility of post-hit, strength of post-hit. I mean, you talked about like, okay, Landrekia hits you, puts you into the corner, puts the flower, and now Shimmy turns into 4K meterless. 5B is 3.5 or 3.8 right now. And then it just keeps looping into the same thing. And then, you know, even defensively, force function getting hit by that is like kind of whatever. But if you get 5A'd, or if you get, for God, you know, God forbid you get hit by Jump C on a Jump OS thing, what that turns into. So it's like, you know, even if you're right, like the success case is so much better than the fail case that it's like, you know, if I'm right on clipping your 5, like whatever you're doing, like a counter hit 5A, whether that be air hit or ground hit, the only other case in which the reward for you being right is not as good is, in theory, force function. But force function still kind of lets you do pseudo meaties or true meaties, so you're still starting your offense from that. Where like my case is like, okay, we're gonna loop you kind of in the same situation where we're playing this game again, where I'm playing a risk reward that is on the success case in your favor, like way in your favor. So yeah, I think that tends to drive itself toward a more advantaged matchup, and this is why. So Defiant is like, I think Akatsuki versus Landrekia is even. That's where I don't think so. I think like Landrekia post hit compared to Akatsuki post hit is so much better. It's like significantly better. Even if you think the neutral and like, you know, being right at 0 meter, being right at 100 meter or whatever, I think the context in which correct answers are gained and what you get out of that is so far in Landrekia's favor that you just cannot, best case, you just cannot say that that's even. I think I think it's because of his agency in that way. You know, if Land had even more neutral agency, it would be a firmly disadvantaged matchup, and I think that's where like the Outnum thing is. I think like Eltnum post hit, pre hit, neutral, like all of that shit is like so much fucking better. Like, you know, even like on throw tech defense. So if she runs up to you and does like assault and ADP, her fail case and success case has higher reward than like any sort of similar thing that Akatsuki does. And I think her throw offense is even better than his. So it's like, yeah, I don't think that there's any phase in which Eltnum loses that matchup. Like, not even close. Yeah.
So going back to this, like, you know, kind of broad spread tools versus win condition thing. I've thought about this so much, and I'm still not totally sure where I stand. But I know that, like, and I know Defiant will disagree with me here, but I don't feel like comfortable when I'm playing Ogre into Kuon. I feel like he gets wheel on the screen and suddenly it's just awful. Like, and my option set is like extremely limited. So if I were to just judge it on the neutral, I would say like, oh yeah, that sucks, you know? But Ogre's post hit against Kuon in particular is pretty good because unless they utilize their meter for like universal system mechanic type of defense, his flash kick just really sucks against bomb, right? So you've got a good post hit, but getting there, it really sucks, you know? If I had to choose between like playing Ogre into Kuon or Linne into Kuon, I would definitely say like, oh yeah, Linne's got a way better option set to deal with his neutral, you know? And like just way more uses for resources and things like that. But the post hit is just regular roll strike throw. There's like nothing else to it, you know? And I've got no like bomb around their neck that's just gonna do do things for me, you know? So like which would you rather play? Linne into Kuon or Ogre into Kuon? Which do you value more? I don't like really have a firm answer. I'm just hype moments and vibes currently, but it's definitely something I'm continuing to think about. Because it really will change how you value different characters, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm in complete alignment with that. I think it really just depends on what you value. What you value will kind of dictate the criteria in which you think something is good or bad. And I think it's important to, you know, set that sort of criteria up for yourself. So whatever, like, you know, you can agree or disagree with the logic that comes from that. But if you have that set criteria, it's like, okay, now I can understand why you think the way that you think. Yeah, post hit is the most important thing to winning against top level play. Like, you have to have unfair post hit. Like, or you have to be so much better at like your Yomi and like the situations you set people in that it doesn't matter. And I think there's an ebb and flow between that. At different points, you have players who play better neutral. Even among high level players, you have players who basically feel like they just guess correctly every time. I think historically, even Defi, I think, really just like puts himself like, if we look at the Evo set between him and BB as he's making his way back, Defiant just seemed like he was ahead on the RPS. Like, both players were playing at a very high level. BB was kind of like fighting back, figuring some things out, picking a couple things. But like, Defi, I think, was just right more. Like, he was right more and right at the correct times. And, you know, like, it was less of a, is this character right? Is this character not? But like, you know, Hyde also kind of allows you post hit to push things in a certain direction. I think it ended up kind of being a player and matchup choice where it's like, all right, well, the things that BB is really, really good at, he has to be more uncomfortable with. And then the reward that you get for being correct is like better relative to what I guess BB is trying to do or whatever. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think Phonon's offense and neutral is better than people think. I think this is kind of why I talk about, like, I think Luful's style is going to be more and more valuable when Phonon players really opt into that. Because if there's one thing that I would say is really, really good about Luful, is Luful on offense creates uncertainty.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. You know, strike throw, whatever. Because of how her install works and because of how her pressure kind of works when she gets you in the corner, it loops back into being plus and giving more opportunities to do the thing again. Like, I think Silent obviously is really good at creating uncertainty around the throw window. He takes his turn and all of that, but like, I think that is high value. And so like a player who's really good at playing the Yomi game amongst like just kind of setting that is going to continue to improve. But does that translate into playing at an elite level consistently enough? Probably not. Phonon might not be strong enough for that. Yeah, I think Phonon is really balanced, to be honest. I think she's a very well-designed character. But well-designed characters are not the best characters in the game. So, yeah. Yeah, well-designed characters are not the best characters in the game. I think I think Gordo is a very well-designed character. I thought that certain iterations of Hilda were very well designed. I think Merkava is great. I think extremely well designed character. I think generally speaking, Akatsuki is a pretty well designed character. Chaos is well designed. Well, maybe not, because his like post-hit stuff is too weird, but yeah, like really, really well-designed characters are not usually your strongest characters in the game. No, I would agree with that. Garm, if you are here, I'm going to have you help me with this. This is going to be more collaborative.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Wait, for Hilda? Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this guy in here because sure. I think we basically kind of agree on that.
Be right back.
Yep. So
dude, Foxo saw Hilda and he just ran away.
Yeah, he's like, all right, Hilda time, we're out of here. I wish that Merkava was more popular right now, Diffie. I think he's a little too nuanced. It's weird to say, but like, yeah, I think he's not really pick up and play in the same way where like he was pick up and play because the other characters were so bad in EL, and even ST he was like strong enough that he's still pick up and play, but as more nuance and strength has been added into the game, he's a lot more of a particular character now. So I think inherently he's not going to be that popular, at least as a tournament character.
Sure, yeah, put that there. I agree.
I don't know exactly where I would put that relative to some other stuff as I'm building it, but
yeah. I might even put Vatista down one, but it really depends. I don't know, the matchups where Hilda beats the other zoner or like the other specialist character always feels so weird to me, because you really have to like have a chokehold over them in neutral, but you can't just like keep railing them because they'll get cycled eventually.
Yeah,
so you kind of have to create space, and then if Vatista gets in on you, it doesn't feel very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. Just put Elton up there too.
Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. Uh,
This is weird. I keep thinking recently that this is more even than user players would like to say it is. Even Rourke thinks this is even.
yeah,
But I know he has like his idea of matchups are really weird. Uh, this is another matchup similar to Vatista where it's like Hilda definitely has prio usually, but then once you lose it and Yuzu gets it, it feels really bad.
yeah,
Uh, she can really like. There are spaces where Yuzu's options are faster or stronger, and if it's kind of hard to avoid all of that.
yeah. I
Shout
think,
outs to I was gonna say shout outs to something that Carp has been abusing a lot has been the force function, forward teleport cancel. You like
Yeah.
D unstance from that and you're 0, and
yeah,
then her dash B is 8
Hey,
frames
yep,
with full combo trade.
yep,
So putting yourself in that 0 spacing and having that option and being able to just like, for a grid cost, keep doing that.
yeah.
Keep putting yourself in this like situation where you're clearly have some better option sets. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, I think pretty uniquely, uh I find like right outside of 5B range quite challenging for Hilda against Yuzu while Yuzu has initiative. Like in straight
Yeah.
neutral it's like fine. And like when you have a post hit or something, like that situation is fine. But like light neutral it's awkward, and then at any time where she's running her own pressure from right outside of that, I think it's quite difficult to deal with. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, Hilda 5e doesn't catch up back jump 6C,
Yep.
and Yuzu has a 5-framer that she can, space so that she can be in a situation where her 5-frame overrides your like other buttons, like on CS or like on your wake up. And Yuzu not having the best B buttons doesn't really matter. I think
Yep.
Wald is hard advantage for Hilda. I think this is her best matchup. Um, there's like a certain way to play against Wald where you just completely wall him out, and he has to take like super crazy risks. And as long as you extend this game state, like you get all of the meter. Space is very expensive for him because his dash sucks
Yeah.
and his jump angles are all covered by force function. So he has to like gamble on like a random 623 or a swipe, and that feels super bad for the Wald. So even though like his win state is still very relevant in this matchup, I just think it's really bad for Wald. It's like probably worse than Gordo than for him.
Yeah. Pretty well said. This is kind of, I don't know if you agree with this. This is kind of how I've always felt.
I have no idea.
I think Merkava is actually really good at repositioning against Hilda, and the Merkava zone, especially pre 100 meter, is so fucking annoying to deal with. I think in post hit, like it's almost impossible to deal with him post hit. I think, especially if he has meter down. Like oof.
It's weird. I don't think I've run into a Merkava player I'm afraid of in NA, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of things can just go wrong. Yeah, you know.
Ooh, this is interesting. I want to put this even. I think Hilda is really good at fighting Carmine, but then he's a little OP.
Yeah,
So,
I'll put it trending. It's the close enough toward disadvantage. I didn't understand, and then you kind of woke me up to that, and then I really understood. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I get hit by him, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, yeah.
Seth, I know I think it's okay for Hilda, but then a lot of like I know Jacob has issues with Seth, so I don't really know, especially since the best Seth is Randy,
Yeah.
and he's not good into Hilda. I think he has a Hilda issue, so it's really hard to tell. Because when I'm on Hilda versus him, I think I feel pretty good.
I think it's a matter of, so Jacob's defense I think is pretty good, but your uni defense is at least the second best that I've ever played against on Hilda. I won't go as far as to say that I think it's better than Moaru's or anything like that. I think Moaru's is fantastic. I think Moaru's defense, like throw defense and everything, is like real. Actually, because Moaru is a specialist, I might put yours ahead of his. And Defiant defense on Hilda is also really, really good. It's kind of the same thing. Like, I think Sonaru made fun of the Japanese Chaos players because he was like, yeah, I played, Silicon and, Snappy, and like, it's almost as if like people who could play actual like real defense are like really good, like that kind of thing. So yeah, I think if you have the ability to play really, really good system defense, then that matchup probably comes down here. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put this there. Good morning.
Morning.
So I don't know if you agree or disagree with this, but I think that this is here.
Sure, I'm down.
Yeah. I think the fact that
there's like a lot of avenues for punishing Kaguya, like tools that Kaguya usually relies on in neutral.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think it's a little bit unexplored, but I would say Hilda does pretty well in this matchup.
Yeah. I think the main thing is we talked at length about how Kaguya doesn't really get to move forward that much, like with real threat. And I think Hilda really loves characters that can't do that.
Yeah, characters whose pressure end up at like their B/C tip range. I'm very glad to play into those characters as Hilda.
Yep.
Yeah, Londa's actually in the same boat.
I kind of feel that way, but I'm really good. I'm really bad fighting out of that guy. Yeah, we'll put him here. I think it's pretty close to even, but I will take you are the senior Hilda at this point. I think I'm pretty cool with that.
Bad at moving forward without going into without doing Rekkas. So like his jump arc is really predictable.
Yeah.
And then the Rekkas are not very safe for him to use against Hilda either. Like of course his post hit is good, but once the snowflake's gone, I think his pressure doesn't stick to Hilda as well as the other characters.
Yeah.
Is my experience.
Oh, this is pretty fair. I'll put the thing you put in chat up later if you're serious about that.
I'm like semi-serious.
Okay, got you. So
sure, maybe. I think Hilda slight wins. Yeah, I don't know. I don't play this matchup at all. I mean, I beat Snappy, so
yeah.
I think he's quite good. So,
Okay.
oh, one thing about this matchup is Chaos doesn't get to punish when he shields the high correctly.
Oh, that's a big deal. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think in the corner.
No,
it's...
I am
pulled right back in, huh?
lab right now. I have to know what. That's crazy. Hang on.
I think specifically at some ranges in the corner, Chaos doesn't get to do anything, and then yeah, it depends on the spacing because I do think he has a normal, but like at some spacings it will whiff.
Yeah. I just kind of casually slid Ogre up there.
Sure, yeah, I think that's fine.
The neutro's annoying. Post hit feels impossible. It just actually let me put him in here too.
Really, I think Gordo is even.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I could see
as
it.
I play against Gordo players more. Like I haven't played Eggplant guess, but he's inactive. But I play Hiroshina, who plays the EU Hildas all the time, and I played a lot of NA's Gords as well. And like, yes, Gordo has the EX Reaper on deck, but I think that's kind of hard for him to operate. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's annoying for both characters.
Yeah, it's another one of those matchups where I feel, well, in contrast to, so I would probably put it here, because in contrast to this guy, it doesn't feel like I am ever at a spot where I feel particularly comfortable. But because this is not my tier list, this is our tier list, I'm just gonna put it there. Because again, I think that you play neutral and defense so much better than I do. So
The scariest thing about the Gordo matchup is actually him backdashing your dash normal and then with punishing you with Mortal Slide. That's like really terrifying. But then besides that, I don't really feel like he's super scary in neutral. He's very swingy though.
I think that I'm not willing to do nothing enough, and I think you really need to be comfortable doing nothing against him, and I don't have that discipline. I don't.
Yeah, Wagner is soft losing to hard losing. I'm not sure. I think I suck at the matchup, honestly. But,
there's sometimes
I'm down to put her in disadvantage. This 2-1-4C option is just like so ignorant and stupid.
Yeah.
For doo-doo heads. And I hate it.
There's sometimes where I feel like it's pretty fine, but then the Wagner player just kind of remembers that they have 5B, 6B, and 5C, and then all of the things that I feel really comfortable about go out the window. But if they're
where I wish I had a flash kick.
Yeah, if they're like, I'm low master 69, then I feel okay with it. But like the moment they just start pressing mids, then it's just like, oh, okay, well,
6B, rebeat, 5B.
Yeah.
I can't do anything. It's over.
Yep.
Yeah. Aurier, Mawaru thinks this is Hilda's worst matchup. I don't know. Based on NNA, I don't think.
Yeah. I think, I've played it so much. I think it's like mostly fine. Post hit is really bad. Because she really just cannot fight outside of Aurier's pressure. If Aurier didn't have EX thrust, this would go in. If EX thrust wasn't as good, it would be an even for me. But
Really?
I think EX thrust is just so fucking good and so fucking easy against Hilda. Like I think it's just fucking awful.
Okay, yeah. I think 623C is pretty useful versus Aurier. Like, there's a bunch of things you can do against her, but ultimately, like, she's just like, thrust is so hard to get around.
Yeah, it's that, and so I kind of talked about this as far as the Akatsuki matchups in the past, where like meter economy is great. I think what Hilda has to spend meter on here is just really, it's really annoying. You're giving up so much setup to like make yourself not die to things, and Aurier does not really have to adjust herself that much to play that game. I think. I just don't. I think that one. Yeah.
So I know I'm coming back into this very late.
Yes.
But having now closed out of this Uni 2 application, my day is actually worse. I'm like, wow, yeah, Hilda can actually be safe. It's seemingly against a lot of characters if she spaces her corner overhead correctly.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
-8 with that much pushback is really hard to punish.
Yep.
Yeah, Chaos is not doing it. That's crazy.
Even Akka can't. Yeah, so
Yeah,
like
but I have to time it, it's cap.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. There's execution.
I mean, I'm really bad at timing it, honestly. The other Hilda players are really good, so I guess it's quite strong. Yeah.
So the more I think about it, the more I think Hilda could do uncharged JC, because like uncharged JC is still plus on block, like on shield. Like there's more for Hilda to do with her jump arc than maybe Hilda players are willing to do right now. Yeah, don't do any mix is, I think, actually kind of powerful for her, especially if she has CS.
No, that's why I didn't say anything about the conversation earlier about what you value in terms of like neutral versus post hit, because I don't. I'm not a competitive player right now because I don't find like doing the post hit microwave very fun.
So the thing with that too, I think Hilda is unique in the sense that she's really good at both. Yeah. She can do post hit and you can loop post hit. It's a little feast or famine, but like Roomba is so fucking good at going, you don't get to do anything, or this is so weighted in my favor. It's like,
yeah,
it's almost like welcome back Vat Gym, like for real. There's certain aspects that are like welcome back Vat Gym, and I think that is extremely powerful. Yeah, I that's why I think that this character is interesting. I think Roomba and Roomba plays the game for you. It's like, hey, this is setting the table, and now together, you and I are both what's up. So I think like getting Roomba out, and then Gloom game is still, I think, a little bit underexplored. I just think Hilda is really fascinating. I think there's a lot you could be doing with her, which is kind of why I am willing, even though I hate this, to put this here, because I think you've sold me.
Yeah, this matchup is not as bad as those in Clear, I think.
Yeah, you've sold me on this a little bit more.
It was interesting. Defiant played the Brazilians, and then after his set with Axul, there was, I think it was Nox asked him, like, why did you pick Hyde into Hilda? I'm like really surprised, and Defiant said, well, of course Hyde beats Hilda. And so it seems like the conception is shifting a little bit. I still think Hyde wins, but he's nowhere near as bad as for Hilda as any of the characters above him.
Yeah,
I would say he's like, I would put him to the right of Ogre, honestly. I do think Ori is worse for Hilda, but it really depends. It's also hard to tell because like a lot of the high players right now are less knowledgeable in the matchup. It's really easy to catch them being super lazy, you know. They just send the fireball like, oh, I can run up all the way now, and then you just jump scare them and you get a full conversion. They're like, oh, I'm missing health, I guess I'll DP, and then, you know, DP doesn't really do anything versus Hilda. So yeah, hard to say.
How are you feeling about this one?
I put this even. I don't think Nase is that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played this in a while. I think we're in a Nase shortage right now, but versus the Nase players who are considered the strongest in the I don't feel too bad against them. Uzuki is it's slight advantage to maybe just completely advantage. I'm lying. Well, I'm a proponent for moving Ori up.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. I think the difference between this is not so significant. You know, I think EX Plus is like so super important. So I don't know if you feel this way, but I kind of feel this way.
We soft lose that. Yeah, it's really annoying because for Phonon 623B into resource is like it's low key better than Gordo Reaper, because like the moment you rebeat, if she has resources, she just takes her turn.
Yeah,
and that feels really bad. And then Phonon stays in the air too, and she's very acrobatic about it in a way that like I mean Hilda's anti-airs are great when they're like spaced out, but Phonon can sort of like hover like directly above your face, and that's really annoying to deal with.
She kind of does the Seth Yuzu thing to her, but with even more agency than both of those characters, I think.
Right, and like you're never fighting your way out against this character.
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, it's
really
actually
hard.
impossible. Yeah,
You just have to mash right against.
Yeah.
Start reading out. Yeah. Mika, I have no idea. I put this even probably. I don't know. I'm like Mika proof.
that's fair. Yep.
Byaku's. Oh, Tsurugi? I think we. Oh, okay. Tsurugi, we slight one versus Tsurugi. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not super great at it, but I can see it.
No.
I feel like you would probably put this guy here also. Maybe.
I think Kuon's even.
Are we talking true even?
I think so. It's weird. The 3C is really obnoxious for Hilda because you actually do want to walk back in this matchup a lot. From what I played, you don't have to interact with Flash Check that much.
Mhm.
So that's good. So at the end of the day, the two characters are sort of doing the same thing, where the moment you expend all of your cancel windows in neutral, like it's the other character's turn, but then the other character doesn't get to really do anything either.
Yeah.
Mosin was really good at this matchup. I think the way Shaylee plays it, his counterplay is a little bit, it's a little bit more dicey. Like when I was playing against Mo, every block pin, every block 63A, I was just dreading it. But
Yeah.
versus Shaylee, I don't think he forces that in the same way. But Shaylee's defense is a lot scarier sometimes. Yeah, constant state of nothing basically.
Yep.
And Byakuya, I think, is slight losing. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know how Defiant beat Big Black with his Hilda, and I'm just not gonna think about it. I think this is solid.
I think so. Basically, the way that I put it is, it's the same way I feel when I see Big Black lose to Defiance Aka. I'm like, he's just better. He's more correct more often, and he knows what BB is looking for, and yeah, he's diffing him basically. So yeah, we talked about the red and the green here. So there is one really meta relevant character here in the green for Hilda, and there are a lot of meta relevant characters in the yellow. If like these disadvantage matchups, these are really common tournament characters, but like thankfully, well, we do have very high level versions of all of these players, but thankfully they're not all running around in the pool stage, post pool stage, and I think that really helps Hilda's viability.
Well, here's the thing: is
press more 214 Vesperia.
yeah, no, Hilda's like a really knowledge checky character. Like, I feel like versus the majority of like alt gnomes and Auriers, they don't pass the knowledge check, so the matchup doesn't feel like turbo disadvantage like it should.
Yeah. And then I play into Omni, and I'm just like, oh fuck. I play Omni or I play Randy, and I'm like, well, even Randy,
No,
like I played Randy. Yeah.
No, even versus Omni and Randy, I don't feel that way. The only Eldom that makes me really feel like, what is the point of booting up this character is Stang. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just like, I should just play Hyde instead and RPS with him, because as Hilda, like, I can't do anything.
Stang and Sonaru, where Sonaru really made me feel like, why even bother playing Hilda into this? Like, I'm just gonna play Akatsuki. And then Line is like the Schrodinger's coping 6-4, where I'm like, there just has to be something. Like I could see it. I could see the lines where I can blah blah blah, and then she's just like, I'm the king of the highway, and you lose. Like then you're looking at like, yeah, but if I just calculated this, blah blah blah, then I would get a turn, which would mean that I get to start blah blah blah, and like once I get her to block, but like she's just
I
like,
just need to FFA her dash up 2C. Yep.
yeah,
If I do that, I can win.
yep. And then her dash up 2C goes under, and then it's like, oh, I'm about to restart the game. I'm about to close out of the application. Yeah, I honestly I don't think you need a whole lot of bracket luck for Hilda to win. I just think that you need to be, not only do you need to be good enough with post hit, you really just have to like set the table and throw people enough. Like throw is actually extremely important. Like if you can't throw people in neutral with Hilda, then you can't win on Hilda. Like you need a way to just like get them the fuck up out of there and not collect block all the time. Otherwise I think it's impossible.
Regarding that statement, I don't think you need like to be super lucky, but this character does require you to like accept a fair amount of risk.
Yeah.
Like I mean, Mawaru has really shown like you can be like pretty consistent with his character, but definitely.
Dude, Mawaru makes a 50-50 situation look like 90-10. Like I don't know how he does it, but he does do it.
So I feel less that and more and I think Garm and Mawaru feel similar but different, where Mawaru feels like 150-50 turns into like 3 opportunities, and Garm feels like he doesn't weigh as high into that. It's more like when I play Garm, it's kind of like all of the normal things that you are used to kind of having work against like Hilda players don't work. So like very good throw tech defense, very good mash sense. Like some Hildas have better versions of that than others, but like it feels like there is the most fundamental Hilda player is Garmfield. He is the best fundies Hilda in the world, I think. I'm willing to call that. I think Mawaru is certainly up there, but Mawaru's character specialist abilities edge him there. And well, actually, we can probably say that because Garm is not doing that necessarily in tournament. Yeah. So I would agree with that. I think in practice it's Garm. In we're under the lights and you have to make something happen against the best players in the world, Mawaru has shown that he will do it. So yeah. I think they are 1A, 1B basically there. But both of them are
a bracket choker on Hilda right now. So
yeah. But yeah, so like when I look at this for Hilda to me is like, oh man, this is not a tier 1 character. This is tier 2, not tier 3. I think there's enough agency in there against a bunch of characters that like, yeah. I think this is a good character. This is the quote unquote mid tier or second tier character grouping. I think that there are a lot of characters that have kind of a similar sort of matchup chart to this. Some might trend further up to disadvantage, but yeah. So like if we compare that between whatever my Aka chart was, it's like there's so much more green than not green.
I think honestly, just like looking at this, if you made the chart for Tsurugi right now, I think you would have more greens than oranges compared to Hilda. But I think Tsurugi's probably a weaker character.
Yeah.
Just because his win con is a little bit
more unstable, probably.
He's worse at forcing.
Yeah.
A win.
Yep. So I think
dude, Juushichi, pull up the high chart right now since the final.
that is going to make him so angry, and I know it's going to make him extremely angry.
No, any feedback to find from the, Evo winner Hyde? Any agreements, disagreements? Not saying anything. I think
Not yet, at least. This one is the Garmfield special. This is Garm.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Vesperio, I think it really just, you have to have a criteria that sets it up. Matchup for tournament play. So if I look at this as a matchup, I look at this kind of irrespective of tournament play or like version of matches. I think that like there are matchups that are a little bit more unstable where things can happen. Like even in these even matchups, you can just get run over by any of these characters. Like hell, even in some of these advantage matchups or slight advantage or whatever, it can happen to you. Like you know, first to 5, like you can definitely have it happen to you. Like it, you know. So I think it's really just kind of character tool versus character tool rather than whatever. Like theoretical strength, I mean, if someone EX'd you correctly every time, then some of these probably trend higher or lower, but I think this matchup chart is more of a reflection of like my current or our current understanding of the game and like where we think these characters kind of fit into that. So it's more of a snapshot of like where we're at this point. Same level of play. I mean, it's even hard to assume this because like I think Garm outright said there's like Mika. Mika is a character that he hasn't played a ton against. And even for my older chart or whatever, where the fuck? Let me pull this up. There we go. Downloads. I'm gonna open this with Chrome. There we go. There are certain aspects here where it's like, I think if I had better responses to, like, in my head, if I had better responses with EXs, there are so many of these matchups that might actually turn closer green. But the opportunity cost for that is maybe not super high. Like, I think same thing for this guy. If you could reasonably react to certain things, like, I think Akatsuki has slightly more agency. Even this girl, there are things that I feel like I do from an Akka perspective that if I'm playing well, like I think I can make this matchup look like a green matchup. Like I have a level of comfort against Line, and like certain understandings of her offense where I make it look better than maybe it could be. Kind of with Vat also, even though with Vat players not being as active, I don't get to train this as much. I think that probably has something to do with why she's up here. Yeah, so it's just kind of a snapshot of where you're at, I think. Also, I really don't think Wald Hyde is even. I think Hyde has always dumpstered that character, but you know, yeah, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna have, well, Pink is not here, so I can't have her lead the Aurier discussion. I'm going to have Foxof lead a discussion here. I'm just going to be the presentation. I've seen your Ogre one is on Twitter, I think, so I don't really need to put that in there.
Oh, I actually didn't post it on Twitter. No, I was all set on that.
Yeah. Well, it's set. I guess I can pull it up if you want to talk about it. I was going to.
Yeah.
Actually,
real quick.
we'll do that. Let me go, because I definitely asked you about it. Let me go look for it. There we go. Boop. All right.
Okay. So let's talk about this. All right. So off the bat, I have to address Kuon because I have to explain why I think it's bad in neutral outside of just kind of like the obvious. you know, I think that it is particularly bad in neutral because every time Wheel is on the screen, it doesn't feel like he has a way to. I mean, this is true of a lot of characters, that a lot of characters can't really meaningfully interact once Wheel is there, but he doesn't even have a call out. There's like literally no option. And the problem is that dash blocking into Wheel does not necessarily guarantee you the cycle. So just Wheel being on the screen, Wheel into Concentrate, feels already like skewed, not just in the sense of like, okay, my option set is limited, but also if I don't do something very quickly, like if I don't make a really strong read, the Kuon player then gets Vorpal. And the option back, I guess you could say, is, well, just concentrate back. I will leave it to you whether or not you think that you can concentrate in a range where you can also just like react to 236. 236B maybe, but 22B not so much. So there are a lot of ranges where Wheel gets on the screen, and your goal is to prevent that from happening. And then you are not just at a screen disadvantage. It's not just that your option set is limited, but you also may very quickly find yourself at a grid disadvantage if you cannot like very quickly either dash block in and shield, and even then you're like saying, okay, come mix me please. So then be correct.
Yeah.
That's kind of my issue, in that Ogre has a particularly hard time preventing Wheel from getting set up. And then his ability to interact with it past that is like pretty much non-existent. So that is probably my biggest issue with the matchup. He does have a really good post hit, just because Bomb will always trade favorably with Flash Kick, but it also trades favorably with a lot of meterless DPs. So it's not like it's super unique in that way. But getting up to that point of being able to meaningfully interact with the character is prohibitively difficult. And I don't think that Kuon's offense is maybe as bad as Defiant is of the opinion. Like I do think a lot of stuff is reactable now. The 2 frames did make a lot of difference with like empty low and that sort of thing, but I don't know. I still feel like we have not seen the limit of this character's offense. We got to see like a little bit of it at Evo with some of the 4C 4-way stuff, but I really think that that's like the future. I think that there's a point where when you're forced to consider high, low, and left, right, that you just your ability to shift your block correctly becomes just that much more difficult. I believed in Landrekia offense and clear, if that gives you an idea. I just think that when you have enough options to layer, that they all become stronger as a result. They can play off of each other. So I think I do think he's a grid giver, but even when Ogre gets Vorpal, he doesn't have like very safe or meaningful ways to use it, you know? So yeah, I think this one is losing because of all of the limitations, And then to kind of continue off of that, Carmine, I guess kind of similar stuff, right? There's just always something on the screen that will like lead into a full combo to set up, and so you just have to be very, very, very careful. And same for Vatista. I think the difference between Vatista and Kuon is Vatista has less ways to kind of cheat out getting the cycle in neutral. but it's still enough. It's still enough that not only do you overwhelmingly lose neutral, but she still has enough ways that she can steal Vorpal, including like making you walk back when she's jumping at you, and like getting passive grid gain from like stuff like jump, assault, levitate, into like, you know, falling DI, concentrate, press 5C, you know, things like that. Even concentrating behind gem is like not as strong as it was, but it's still strong enough, you know. So
But Defi said, I think Nanase is pretty bad for Ogre.
I think it's about as bad as an even matchup can get without feeling like it's straight up losing. I like that one. I definitely felt like putting into the losing category, but then I was like, okay, if I really think about this, like there are a lot of interaction points that I can still win in that matchup. You know,
All right, so
the
we're
option set is not so limited that she's just like bowling over. You know.
yeah, we're gonna make a slight adjustment to this because I want to see more of a delineation from this. So we're gonna use the same system that we used before. So put this here. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. We can do that. So then Nanase would be at the very top of like slightly losing.
Yep. All right. Okay, let's continue from there. So I'm just going to put these here. The next character listed, I think, was this one here. Is this about where?
Yeah, so we can. I feel pretty good about those. Yuzu is one where I thought about it a lot, and I kind of like I want to put it as even. I really want to put it as even. But I don't know. There are just enough. Okay, so part of my like, I guess part of my assessment of a character matchup is when two characters are just doing their thing. They're just vibing, running their character options. How often does their option just basically accidentally counter another character's option? And I played a lot against Carp, and even how to phrase this, even going a little bit positive with Carp. And I think he's playing Yuzu pretty incredibly for just hopping back on after a long break. I'm still just flabbergasted by the amount of limited interaction points in places where, again, I like to go back to this like force function cancel thing. There's so many interaction points where it's like, what do you mean? I'm the close up character. I'm supposed to get up close and pressure you. Why are your up close options beating mine so badly? You know, like dash B is at 8 frames is crazy to me. Looking at those stagger windows on Yuzuriha and just like salivating, like, oh my god, I wish I had those. You know. So it's definitely doable. You can definitely win the matchup, and I don't think it's like hard losing, but I think it's worse than I used to think it was. You know. I still think it's pretty rough.
By the way, your list here does not have this guy.
I think it's right there, right? Can we take
Got
it?
you?
Yeah, he's next to
Oh.
Mercado and Fono.
Next to Mercado and Fonon, got you. Where the
Yeah,
fuck-
I think that it's even enough, but he does pretty well into Byakuya, I would say. And there are just some things about his frame data that make it pretty
Wait, what the fuck?
pretty extra easy to.
Oh, this is the hide one. No, the hold on. Yeah, no, he's not on this one. So
Oh, he's not.
no,
Why is he not?
no,
Oh.
he's in the hide one, but he's not
What the
here.
heck? All right.
Yeah,
well, then
I was like, yeah, there's no way. Okay, yes.
I would put him. I would put him at like the very top of slightly advantaged. Like I think that
Yes.
it's not like hard advantage or anything like that, but it's just ever so slightly in Ogre's favor, I feel. Both have strong win cons. Both have decent options for countering each other. But I think Ogre just has a very slight edge there. Having things like -2 rebeat into 7 frame that full combo trades with their 9 frame, I think that's like really, really cheap. Having things like that, it's also why part of why I think Vatista does well into Byakuya, outside of just all the neutral stuff, is like her frame data is also crazy good
Yeah.
for being up close. Like to go back to the Yuzu thing, I feel like Vatista does that to Byakuya too.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
let's see. Let me get a little closer here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, if you want me to move some of the yellow, feel free to let me know also. I just kind of naturally made adjustments based on what the overall one looked like.
yeah, I think Merkava maybe can kind of speak for itself. I don't know if I have to talk about that too much, but I mean, I do think he has like some decent options, but I think it's a matchup where like you like really have to press 3C extremely well.
Yeah.
And you have to still even with your bomb, you still have to be like very cognizant about 236C and things like that. So
Yeah, I think the +2 situation, like initiating, I don't know, like 2C string 63 like Ogre's Ogre's a little stubby maybe for dealing with that, and then dive kick RPS. I don't think he loves that even when Merkava's running offense. He also has really long lows, and I think Ogre's backwalk maybe doesn't love that.
yeah, you may actually just get caught out of like 2B if you try and dash up backdash or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, part of my placement there is not just strictly the matchup, it's also just kind of how highly I regard Merkava in this version, this patch. Like current Merkava I think is really strong and limits his options a lot. So and then kind of all 3 of these next characters are kind of just different flavors of their neutral is stronger than yours, but also their post hit is pretty good too. I guess I would maybe move Linnae down to the bottom of that line because I still feel like her post hit is the
least threatening,
most underwhelming of those 3 for sure. But their neutral is really strong. Getting into the even matchups, so yeah, Wald is, I don't know. I think it's got to be even enough, but he does have a lot of. It's so weird to say because I feel like it used to be a thing of like, yeah, Wald has some strong neutral options, but they're all a little unsafe. Like, and it almost feels like the reverse. Like it feels like Wald can keep Ogre at a distance fairly safely.
Yeah,
and that Ogre has to make stronger callouts.
I think Wald's pushback on specials and normals and stuff is surprisingly dangerous. And you can get caught on, EX EX into thing, or you're spaced out and then he just continues to take his turn again. I kind of run into that issue on Akka, and I can't imagine that Ogre gets that any better than he does.
Yeah, so there's kind of a the thing that I have noticed in terms of like matchups that feel particularly good or comfortable for Ogre are characters that play on the ground a lot and have relatively higher whiff recovery. So like even Gordeau, it's not like hard winning, I think, for Ogre, but just Ogre being on the ground so much means that your primary ways of interacting with neutral are like always a little bit more accessible, you know? Wald he's playing on the ground enough, you know, but you like really have to worry about things like up back JC if he's ever even a little bit minus, you know. So your ability to interact with him is like a little bit more limited. If it were like any worse, I would say it would be a losing matchup. But I guess I have enough of a belief in Ogre's tools in the matchup to still be like, nah, it's fine, you know. Saruri is also the same way, where it's like if it was any worse, it would be a bad matchup. But no, if I'm honest with myself, like Ogre has all the tools that he needs, you know. Same with Mika. Like shit is super stressful, but it's not actually bad. I think Linne is definitely worse.
Yeah, I also have to think that like the having a 2-hitting 2C and then, you know, potential trade traps against Mika has to be like pretty encouraging for Ogre as well. And then, you know, a little similarly to post hit in Akka versus Mika, once you hit her, like falling fireball with, you know, bomb planted and like that sort of gameplay, I don't know what she really does about that. You know, I think, yeah, I think once you hit Mika, she really, like, some of her flaws defensively really start standing out.
I will say all three of these characters that I'm putting like kind of at the top of even here, they all have TRM options. So if you're too passive on your bomb offense, they can just actually TRM you into getting out of it. So that's kind of nice for them. But yeah, it's still fine. Kaguya, okay, so like Pinku's not in here to express the woes of this character, so I guess Garm, you'll have to take the reign on that one. But I feel like Ogre's win con is like the only thing that makes this even in my mind, because even though her neutral is kind of whatever, like in my humble opinion, I think her neutral is like probably her weakest aspect as a character.
Oh, I never got to that point against like Ogre players, because when I play against Ogre, I'm just like jumping and setting grenades and just waiting for the Ogre to do something, and they just they never got to that point against me. Like they just always hold it to bomb. So I don't really have that much to say about this matchup.
That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like for the most part, when I am playing against Kaguya, I feel fairly comfortable just kind of like jumping in the 3/4 screen range and like letting them feed me grid off of pokes and, you know, waste meter with 236C and dash C and things like that, because I have nothing that I actually want to do most of the time. I'm just gonna chill and farm grid. Well, the thing is, like, she's not converting that necessarily into anything that is that threatening towards me. And when she wants to approach, I feel like up back fireball is like perfectly fine. There's like very little she can actually do about that other than like fake or run in and 236C, you know? So it feels, the neutral feels fine. I personally think Kaguya offense and blockstring pressure is quite good against Ogre, and like will automatically punish so many of the things that Ogre wants to get away with. Like he cannot backdash against this character, and he like cannot press 2C on defense when he sees a walk back. You know, he can't even up back in the corner very reliably. Like I don't know. And of course that's not talking about the actual like win con from Kaguya, like with her her grenade set play and so on, which I want to say, like, unless he spends meter on CDP, a lot of that stuff, all the safe jumps are real against him. So he's one of those characters with an 8-frame DP that like has to respect that. And every throw is back into the same situation. So I don't know. I clearly have a like higher opinion of Kaguya pressure. The 2C-verse, I refer to it as. Escaping the 2C-verse is nigh impossible. And trying to interact with it directly is also like very, very poor risk reward. So I think it's even because they both get really messed up things when they get started. But yeah, I don't see it as anything better or worse than that. Eldom is like
Yeah, I saw that one and I was like, oh, that's quite interesting. I see.
I think it's not like Landrekia where you just have a million low crush options that you can throw out and like a million spacing traps and things like that. But
No,
it's still one of those.
This placement though, because
It's still one of those matchups where risk reward is going to start to suck once they get 100 meter, but also even once they get 100 meter, there are still so many ways in which you can limit them using it by your win condition, you know. So I think the neutral is not so bad that it's like she's both limiting your options completely and winning Vorpal. It's not one of those things. It's still like a little bit losing on the neutral side, but it's not as overwhelmingly bad, I think, as some other matchups. I think at the end of the day, this one is just like strike throw characters versus each other, and both have like options for each other's pressure, and it's fine. Being able to, okay, let me say this. Being able to meaty with 236 when they have Vorpal and 100 meter, and knowing that the worst that you will take is a BDP. They cannot cutting sink you back out of that. That's a really good feeling.
Yeah.
So it's not like some other matchups into Eltnum where when they are waking up with Vorpal and 100 meter, you're just totally checkmated. You know, you still have a lot of initiative. So yeah, I think it's fine.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah. So his CDP, I have come around to Ogre's CDP being like really, really strong. Like I've got like 18 frames of invul or something like that. So yeah, she cannot cutting sink you out of a meaty. She actually just has to sit there. That was one thing I did to Omni of each episode that I was kind of happy about.
Yep, I do remember seeing that.
So maybe I have just yet to explore how bad it actually could be. I don't know. But in my mind, the way that Ogre wants to play is not that incompatible with Eltnum, you know? So
That's
also,
pretty
like, it can be as simple as, like, you didn't have that many stagger windows to work with anyways. It's not like she's going to be, like, sinking you out of your stagger windows. It's just that when she gets 100 meter, you don't press increase 5C. That's literally it. Because that's all you had. So you're not losing much, you know?
That's fair.
Your style of offense doesn't change. So
Inky.
I wondered if you might feel some kind of way about me putting Enkidu as more comfortable, less comfortable than Akatsuki. But I think as goated as 6C is, I feel like that kind of can be all he has. It feels like on defense sometimes against this character.
No, I think the nature of Enkidu's pressure and the nature of how Ogre might want to mash out of it probably doesn't do him a lot of favors.
I
If
was
I'm gonna
playing
be
a
honest.
bit of this with Ogre actually, and it got to a point where I was like, I have to press increase 5C on defense. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
And that was
Yeah.
really frustrating.
There's also just not a whole lot of like the Enkidu player is not going to get walled out by you. Like you're just not that kind of character.
Yeah.
And if anything, he kind of wants you to use your air fireball. Like he, for the most part, he doesn't care. You know, so when it comes down to just two infighters swinging, against Enkidu, yeah, it does not feel very good. The absolute best thing that you have in this matchup is just backdashing out of his pressure mid-screen. Feels like pretty doable. And it feels like you can RPS your backdash like fairly well against this character.
Hmm.
But I would say that's about the best thing that you have. You cannot safe jump him when he has 100 meter. He has, you know, ways out of bomb detonation that are relatively safe. Again, I'm talking about C parry. C parry does a lot to just like reduce the value of you being a set play monster, right? So yeah.
Honestly, with how you've described this, this sounds more like this than where he's at. So I honestly, it sounds like he's maybe a little bit more challenging than.
He could probably go between Mika and Tsurugi, I think, for me.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
put that there. I'm pro giving less ammo to Enkidu players because they're playing an okay character. So we'll go that. Wagner.
Wagner is I was talking about it before, but it's a matchup where your 7 frame actually beats her 7 frame in the same range. So post CS, you're not just out frame dated by this character. They can box with each other pretty well, and Ogre can come out on top on that, you know. The thing that like really separates them is that Wagner has incredible stagger wig nose and like really good basic offense. And you know, then she just gets like some additional rewards off of getting set up for it. You know, she gets to run it a little better with her debuffs, and she can like cash out with meter on combo throw. So she like has all of those things. But I don't know, it feels like a matchup where you're being put into your effective range for a lot of it. And that feels pretty comfy, you know. I think probably the worst aspect has got to be 214C, because just being able to block string into popping an EX move to ignore the projectile that you have strapped on their chest and B+, that doesn't feel so good. But there are a lot of other aspects about it that are like fine if not good, you know. So coming to Akatsuki, I know Defiant was saying in his Kumite that he still feels like Akatsuki is a winning matchup against Ogre. And in my mind, initially it started that way, and then it started more towards even, and then it even swayed a little bit more towards it's probably just okay. It's like borderline comfy, because CDP is really, really strong. Like I was saying, stronger than I initially gave it credit for. Moves him really far. There's basically no range where Akatsuki can use a fireball, where Ogre cannot represent CDP as a threat. And, you know, of course you can trade meter, and Akatsuki can always come out on top as being the person who fireballs first. But it's not like Ogre is out of options there, you know? There are a lot of things that Ogre doesn't need to do in neutral. Like, he doesn't have to up back fireball against this character necessarily.
I don't think you should most of the time, to be honest.
Yeah. So, Yeah, I think that if you are focused on the things that Akatsuki has a harder time limiting, like backdash,
Mm-hmm.
like backdashing out of your pressure mid screen is like uh definitely a problem, and like you have to hard call it out in such a way that opens up so many of his other options, you know?
Yeah. So
So
the interesting thing about that is, if he has a similar quality to um the other top tier backdashers, you have to be early with B fireball callouts, which obviously mean that you don't get plus frames unless you EX behind it. Um, and so that kind of increases the mental load that you have to run on offense with Akka. Um, Now, that being said, I do think like B fireball delay charged, like fully charged A fireball, offers Akatsuki a wall that I'm really starting to appreciate now, like way more than I should have. Because it means that assault jump doesn't clear those fireballs anymore. It has to be dash jump or up forward jump, which gives Akatsuki more time to anti-air with a stronger 6C. Like there's that dynamic that I'm realizing more and more as I play. But it's still like a shift in the dynamic. I think like the moment Akatsuki has meter, and he should honestly keep his meter. There's nothing in particular about Ogre that makes you want to spend meter more than you normally would, except to defend yourself with fireballs and stuff. So I think that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. Like it's not super comfy because backdash, like the same sort of backdash that Hyde and Gordo and Enkidu kind of do to Akatsuki, is annoying, but it's nothing really out of the ordinary. I do think that Ogre is another one of those characters that can kind of press normals into Akatsuki's face. And because he doesn't have staggers, Akatsuki doesn't really get to cheat on him that much. He has like normals that don't stagger very well, that are fine enough and have enough push block that Akatsuki has to be a little bit more committal on his like I'm pressing this into you sort of gameplay, which he's weak at. Yeah, I don't know. It's a fine matchup. I don't have any particular opinion about it.
I had kind of talked about it a little before, but Byakuya is like borderline comfy, I feel like, for Ogre, because both characters have like pretty good win conditions, but I just feel like he manages to bully him on frame data in such a way where you can react completely correctly and still be wrong. And that's something that I value a lot. That's kind of like, that was a major mental shift for me going from Vatista to Landrekia, is being able to play spacing traps, especially with red, and being like, oh, you're reacting perfectly fine. Like you are frame perfect, post rebeat, pressing your button, and it doesn't matter, you know? So I value that a lot in the matchup. Um, and I don't know, maybe I might be a little bit biased here because I know that like the majority of my Byakuya experience comes from playing Big Black, and Big Black has historically not done as well into command grab characters. So that could maybe skew my bias a little bit. But I don't know. Every time I get a 236A 2B trade, my eyes just light up, and I'm just I just feel so good about it. So I don't know. As far as Seth goes, I feel like we could probably move him next to Akatsuki, actually. I don't think that Ogre does particularly well against him. He does have like a few tools that work okay against him, but for the most part, I think when your absolute best anti-air options are 3C and 2-2BC, you might have it. You might have it a little bit rough.
Unblockable. They're unblockable.
Yeah, it's actually just projectile, right? So there are a lot of times too where like you'll get it, and if they have an air action left and they're air blocking it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I feel like Seth player with a lot of experience like Ohito might even see it as like Ogre favored. I think Ogre's frame data is probably like, in his defensive options are probably too good for it to be like hard favored to Seth. But I don't know. I think Seth does have a lot of agency, but also like, yeah, you hit him and you can 3-touch him on Ogre, who is sometimes doing C-bomb setups more like 4 or 5 touching some characters, like especially if you use 6B, like you can still 3-touch Seth. So that feels pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So Phonon, it's funny to me that like a lot of the questions that we get in Ogre chat are always like, how do I deal with this Phonon matchup? But I don't know. I mean, I do think her neutral is strong, but I don't think that it's so strong that you don't have options most of the time. Actually, you have quite a lot of options. Like, just for example, like that 214A hit stop OS is really good at like checking her while also checking for up back increased JB, which I think is like, now I think is actually one of her strongest neutral tools. I think like it used to be air fireball, right? Now I think increased JB is like crazy strong, at least defensively. So yeah, I think there are very few places where she just absolutely checkmates his option set. And kind of to go back to what Defiant was saying, I feel like Ogre's win condition is stronger. So you combine those two things, and it doesn't feel. Not only does it not feel that bad, it feels like you are pretty well rewarded for like being correct in the matchup. You know. So I think for the Ogre Bros, I think it's just a lack of familiarity. I think it's perfectly fine. Maybe hot take. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Uzuki also maybe hot take, but I think he does fairly well into her for kind of similar reasons to Hilda. In that, in order to stop him, in order to keep him out, she does have to commit to things that leave her open to being whiff punished. Even things like TK bag still have recovery. Defiant and I were running the matchup, and I saw like a TK bag mid screen. I was like, "Where 214C punish?" You know. So she does, in order to defend her space, she does have to commit to these things that have recovery. You know. And her own offense is not so strong that he's just getting run over. Like, he still has a lot of good options on defense. So yeah, in my mind, I should probably play it more, but in my mind so far, this is still like quite comfortable for him. And then like kind of similar for Gord is like his whole thing is, I'm going to Mortal Slide, I'm going to press 5C, I'm going to Reaper, and Reaper's really strong, but like outside of that, all of those options are grounded options with a lot of recovery, and Ogre is like way okay with that. Even if all that means is him pressing force function and like feeling. I think it's the best matchup in the game for Ogre to press force function in, because there's just no chance that they're just above you and it's whiffing and you're getting hit. Gord is on the ground with you. Let's be real, like 90% of the time, Gord is on the ground with you. So if you throw that out, it's hit or block. You know, there's very little chance that you throw out Ogre Force Function in the Gord matchup and it just whiffs completely. It just doesn't happen. And so even if all you do is whiff punish a Mortal Slide with Force Function and run in and get like a dash B meaty, even that is like valuable. Even that is good. But like worst case scenario is you're in his effective range and you backdash and they whiff 5C, and even with those recovery buffs, you still 214B and punish him. You know, or they crouch shield because they really want you to be late on your punish, and you do dash C instead and get a grid break. So like dynamics like that make it feel fairly comfortable for the Ogre player. I think I really cannot see it as like an even matchup. I think that he just his command grab also like has a little bit of more of a reward tied to it in the sense that like yeah they leave the corner, but that bomb is a lasting threat. Whereas Gord is like you take in a sim and you're kind of back to the same situation.
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's move into our advantaged matchups here.
So what do you think of Hilda Ogre from the Hilda side? I want to hear from both of you actually. Because Mowaru seems to like hate it. Like,
It-
So, I guess you can go first.
Yeah, it feels to me very similar to Gord, where you can't really govern this fucker to like stop doing anything at any point. And the moment you whiff anything, you just fucking die. And then obviously, unlike Gordo with his assimilation, there's a lasting threat that transitions into other parts of offense the moment that you get command grabbed. Frame data wise, I mean, he does enough mids and stuff that you can't really jump out of stuff. He does have a 2-hitting low. Like, I think he's an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff that Hilda hates.
that's exactly what Moraru said. Moraru is like, it's the demon child of Gordo and Orie.
So that's my thought, but Garm feels better about both of those matchups than I do. So I would love to hear his interpretation.
Weird. I think so. Even worse than versus Gordo's backdash, I feel like Ogre's backdash is so like hard to deal with. Like when you whiff something versus Ogre, you really whiff it. You're in pain. I will say though, I feel like Ogre doesn't have, he doesn't have a lot of super different options versus something like say the Roomba restand. Like he has to play pretty honest there, as opposed to like some other characters who can cycle a lot of different things there. I'm just thinking Lene or Altnum, right? Lene who can roll and Altnum who can sync or do a bunch of other stuff. And also don't mind I think it's okay to up back versus Ogre, even though it will feel like you're constantly losing ground against him. That's why I don't think it's super bad. But it is pretty bad.
I mean, you were mentioning Roomba. I think it's probably different when it's a restand in the corner. But and maybe this is just because I haven't seen all the options, but I feel like pretty fine just mid screen just backdashing, and then if I 214B or I 214C, then I just move past Roomba completely. Like the only way that I have to interact with Roomba on a Lariat is if Hilda intentionally moves forward so that I collide with her, and then the puddle still catches. I can even 214AA through Roomba, which I don't know if I would call that stable play, but it's definitely a funny option, and it's notoriously difficult to react to. It's kind of like Lene roll. It can really jump scare you. So yeah, I think there are probably, and you would know more about this, probably there are a lot of options on the restand that he doesn't have, but I'd still say he's got enough. Also, his CDP
sure.
will actually invul through and actually reach backdash. So I feel like that's significant.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have to play this matchup more. It does feel bad, but I still don't think those options are as crazy as what some of the other characters have against Roomba. You mentioned thrusting through Roomba, and actually, I'm okay if you can I'm okay with babysitting the Roomba if I have to, because what else am I doing realistically? But there are just characters who I'm just thinking Wagner 214C. She's just completely goes through it. She doesn't care. If you're standing next to a Roomba, the entire animation lasts through the Roomba, and then you're playing defense against her. So that's super bad. But versus Ogre, if I have to stand next to a Roomba, sure, I'll do it. I don't mind. But yeah, mostly for me, it's just backdash thrust, and I mean, I guess Aurier's thrust is quite bad too, but it feels like there's a lot of points of failure against Ogre as well
Yeah.
for Hilda.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So, as far as Aurier, speaking of Aurier, I thought about this one a lot, and I thought about the way that Aurier players described it, the experience from the Aurier side, and I wanted to put this in even, but the more I thought about it, I was just like, wow, yeah, this does feel like fairly bad for her in the sense that like you're playing a kind of similar neutral, but if you do want to kind of aggress and interact, up back fireball is probably not what you want to interact with. You know, if
Mm.
that's the main thing that deters you, that does kind of suck. Having a above the health bars kind of option anti-air is pretty nice. Ogre 3C is like, I feel like is pretty. I have a lot of regard for it. Like I think it's pretty good. It's not like high 3C, but it's like Nanase 3C if you're familiar with that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like he has pretty good ways to interact with her air movement. And they all are like fairly easy to convert. Like I can just rising button dive kick and, you know, do 3.3 bomb setup. Like I trust that will work, you know. So yeah, maybe I just have not seen everything that I need to see. But I will say there was like a series of days where I played I just it was like a Orie Kumite. I just played all of them, you know. I played let's see, Pinku, Mr. B. I played Knots, Randy. I played Papa Pesto. I played Smart Steer. I played Yona. Trying to think of, there may have been another one, but I played all of these Orie players, and they kind of all said similar things about how they just did not feel comfortable in it. And I think outside of Papa Pesto winning a set like 5-4, outside of Papa Pesto, I have not lost a set to Aurier thus far on Ogre. So I feel like there's got to be something to those complaints. I will lend them like my, you know, my regard. So
Makes sense. And Chaos.
So I feel like a fraud putting them as like the most winning matchup because I don't even think that I've played this matchup more than like twice. So on this patch, you know, because it's so rare. But in the times that I have seen the vision of like, oh my god, this is so annoying. Like, Chaos taking to the sky and calling Ozzy just feels like so. It feels like so whatever. And there are just a lot of opportunities for Ogre to be wrong but be right. You know what I mean? Kind of similar to Landrekia. And I'm sure the Chaos win condition is there. It's not that like Chaos doesn't get good things going once he gets going, but it feels rather skewed up to that point.
That 7-frame trade, killing Ozzy and potentially hitting him, probably also does not feel good.
Yeah. There's really actually there is no point outside of you know, point blank throw RPS where Chaos could actually have any kind of advantage over Ogre in terms of like buttons. So like, well, yeah, once he is in there, it can be pretty hard for him to get out. Yeah, it just, I think the just the amount of effort disparity between the two. It's like, it's that classic image, right? The two thought bubbles, and one has like all those moves going on. And me as the Aurier player in this matchup, it feels like I get to be the dumb one, who is just like, the only thing in my thought bubble is backdash and 2-1-4. You know?
It do be like that. All
yeah,
right, so we delineated a bit more of the even to give some flavors here, but yeah, I mean this looks really healthy for a character that is almost certainly going to get improved to some significant amount.
Can't wait.
I can.
Yay! I can't wait for this offense skipping ass character to start robbing me more than he's already been robbing me.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to shake the guy's hand. I'm excited. Ooh.
Mhm.
Yay.
Yep.
Yeah, but Buggy, I think that Ogre's matchup spread feels pretty not bad. Like I think that he feels pretty good. Just there are just a few matchups where like the Vatista matchup is crazy, man. It's really, really bad, you know. He has that one thing that he struggles with a lot. And if I'm honest, I don't know if that's actually going to change with the patch. They're probably going to keep him pretty weak against projectile characters, but
We need the VAT resurgence so I can start using my Hilda a lot more. We gotta change up the ecosystem. There are too many wolves. We gotta introduce another predator. All right. Speaking of, we'll do a quick and dirty one because I want to get out of here. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and I don't want to hold you guys up too. It's almost fucking noon. Where is the robot girl? Where are you at? There you are. All right.
all right, quick and easy. All right, disadvantage. We've got Hilda. We've got Yuzu. We've got Wald.
Okay, this is a bit contentious here. Okay. We might need
Okay,
well
so-
let's go
alright.
quick and dirty, and then we'll make adjustments from there.
Okay, so the thing with Wald is, for the most part, he does not have to worry about your neutral options nearly as much as you have to worry about his. You're going to be constantly on the back foot, meaning he will be gaining grid at the same time locking you down and cornering you. Your ability to approach him is also like relatively limited. His 2-2x is like really, really strong, so you simply pair that with a few other options, including like, you know, his character trait of deleting your projectiles and deleting gems. That's a big deal. And he has a much easier time against Vatista than he ever has in the past. And the risk reward is ultimately more in his favor in this version because of like the way that health pools play out. Him eating a flash kick is perfectly fine and good. That's like okay. So yeah, it's really backwards to how it used to be, completely backwards to how it used to be. But Wall does extremely well against Vatista, at least at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gord is even or slightly winning for Vatista. That is also very different than how it used to be. B-Ball changed the matchup quite a lot. Okay, so other ones that don't feel particularly good.
Oh yeah, don't feel free to ignore my machinations in the other ones. I'm just trolling
Okay.
a little bit. But yeah, as you continue, we can continue down. Let's go with it.
So I think I'm tempted to do the thing that you did, where you put Carmine as slightly losing only because it's Carmine, but actually she does pretty well against him.
Mm-hmm.
A character also I think she does fairly well that maybe Vatista players will disagree with me on is Kuon. I think that matchup is perfectly even. I think that those two are actually like quite compatible against each other. It's like pretty fun and pretty like there's no point where you don't have options.
Mm-hmm.
I think she slightly wins against Seth. I think she definitely wins against Byakuya if you play it correctly. I think that matchup is pretty dog for him. I get gapped, but you know it happens. Let's see. Much of the rest of this is even. The exception would be Mika. I think has slight advantage. I think that of all of the rushdown characters, she has the best option set for just shutting her down.
Mm-hmm.
Other advantage matchups, I think, would be Nanase. Nanase is a little bit winning. And yeah, the rest of that is even.
All right,
Including height. Including height. I think it's now even. It used to be pretty bad in 1.0, but now I think it's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna throw these guys in here, and then we're gonna get a little bit further into the nitty gritty here. So let's delineate this a little bit. We'll start hide dead even question mark.
It's about dead even, and I know that there are a lot of Hyde and Vatista players who will disagree on that for various reasons, but I think that if both players like understand the matchup, they can both limit each other's options quite a bit. I don't think that Hyde 2FF is nearly as much of a factor as it used to be, especially with Batista's own force function cancel now. And just 2AB, even just that. Probably the biggest change in the matchup that goes against her in the recent patches has been the 3B buff. But even that, I don't think is enough to
shout outs to Ryojin.
Yeah, shout outs to Ryojin.
He hates being shouted out for that, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
If a Vat loses against WAG or Akatsuki, did they get gaps?
Yes.
I wouldn't say like, okay, sure. Because I'm on stream with Juushichi, I'm gonna say yes. I think Wagner is like closer to even than Akatsuki is for sure. Wagner 214C really is out here. Oh yeah, I didn't see her down there. But yeah, I think that Wagner is maybe it's slight losing. Put her like at the very beginning of this tier, so she is only as or I'm sorry, slight winning. She is only about as slight winning as it could possibly get. But it's a little bit in Batista's favor there, yeah.
Is this sorted correctly? Is Gordo like where you have these three?
Yeah, that's pretty much where I have them. I think we can put Ogre in. All right, yeah, that's fine. No, it's okay. He can be in his own tier. Like Ogre wishes he had the options that Enkidu has in the Vatista matchup. Like, actually, I would say we could probably bump Enkidu up to the bottom of, yeah, like right there, right next to Nanase. Yeah. Because his option set is still there. He still has a lot that he can contest with, even without resources. These others, maybe not so much.
So you've come around to Aka, huh? Or I was just kind of putting him in there because I was laughing, but if that's your honest opinion, that's pretty funny.
No, I mean, I think that we can also put him like right next to Wagner. I think that he has enough in this version that, yeah, it still kind of sucks for him, but it's the least sucking that it's ever been for him, you know.
I'm gonna put that there.
Inching it down.
No, so the only reason, so there's actually a tangible reason for that. I think he still cannot chase this character, and I think actually, so no, I was gonna flip this, but I think his health pool is too much of a factor for that. Seth's health pool is terrible. And any incorrection, like this is a character that you probably can't 2-touch, but like you're definitely 3-touching, and I think that that's a factor. I think Seth is too limited. Force function, getting rid of projectiles and stuff, I think probably also makes this quite good for him.
That's
for
great,
her.
but the thing that he lost that is huge is he lost his
Blink storage, right? Oh, no, blink storage still exists.
Not just that. It's the A parry follow-up.
Oh.
Or the A parry proc. It used to be just completely useless to put A ball on the screen because he would just do that and you would just die for it. He would even anti-air your assault with it.
Oh,
So you had no reason to ever put an A-ball on the screen because suddenly the risk reward of just being anywhere next to it was like terrible. But now that that's gone, the best that he can do against your projectiles in neutral is like A blink into B blink and A dive. And that's still like quite a commitment. That's still quite unsafe. So he has to interact with Vatista a lot more this version until he gets a force function install. And even then, she has ways to counter that, like block string into 2AB into force function and things like that.
would this movement be capping, or would you put this a little? Would you put him a little better than? Because like from the sounds of it, this honestly sounds worse than both of these two characters. To be honest, it sounds kind of rough for him.
It sounds pretty rough, but I still think he has more options in the matchup than those two.
All right.
So things like air CDP and just CDP in general are really valuable. And she can't actually she can't fake that by like doing 2BBB B flash kick. If he does CDP through that, he just recovers on the other side and does 623B punish. So he does have access to some strong counterplay options, but like at a baseline, his game plan is just so hard to run against her. I don't know.
Do you feel like Nanase Sea Dive doesn't fall into that category?
Oh, you know what? I kind of forgot about that against Vatista now. I feel like for the most part, Batista's in the air so much that it might not matter. Or actually, the amount of times that I have been just proccing 2AB and accidentally punishing a dive has been kind of funny. But, you know, no, you're right, actually. Because she also has 214C on the ground. That's, like, more potent than it used to be. So, yeah, you're right. She probably does have the edge on Seth on that matchup.
Yippee. All right. This honestly looks pretty good to me. I am curious about I'm curious about the back half of your evens though. And historically this would probably be there.
Yeah,
so
it could be
I'm actually really
matchup.
I'm fascinated about all 7 of these characters. I need you to dig into these a little bit here.
Okay, it could just be Eltnum players and what they prefer and how they prefer to play. But I have heard from a lot of Eltnum players that they just really, really do not like the Vatista matchup. She has some tools to deal with it just perfectly fine. Like, and 214B is like really, really strong. It means that is like one reason why she has to be extra careful about anything she does with barrier or like concentrating behind a gem or things like that. But I would say like the strongest way to play against Vatista on defense in the matchup and on neutral and in neutral would be using her air movement and like using her low crush options and things like that. But even then, yeah, I don't think Vatista has a particularly hard time against this character. I think, especially with Ricochet Shot being projectile property, if you can run away from this character just fine, then you're able to set up on the other side of the screen and get a lot of stuff going that is difficult to contest. So
yeah.
Maybe the best thing that she has in neutral is the classic, well, I'm just gonna 236C from full screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
If she 236Cs into barrier, you whiff B flash kick and you're safe. So even that is just kind of a waste of meter for her.
Oh.
So yeah, I think this matchup is fine. It's not advantaged, but it's fine, you know?
This, from how you're spinning it, it looks closest to. So I'm just gonna move her. All right. And historically, I think Aurier has probably also been around there too.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put that. I might even.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Aurier players do have like a very they have differing opinions on how to approach it. Some kind of feel that 2-2-X does all of the heavy lifting in the matchup, and you just walk her down to the corner and you're fine. But I think that the real problem is not Aurier approaching. It's how you keep Vatista from approaching while staying safe. And getting tagged by enough lasers, if you get tagged 2 or 3 times, that's a full combo's worth of damage, you know?
Yep.
So, yeah, it's not as simple as just walk Vatista down. Vatista's walking you down. What are you doing? You know, if you haven't been put in that situation, then you can't really speak on it. You know.
Yeah,
So,
I think that matchup is relatively similar to Byakuya and Line in the sense that like the moment they have to chase you, it's hell. But like if you don't have a lead, or if you're getting put in a situation in the corner where you have to fight out, I think Aurier is like, for a character that has a long 6 frame, a good 7 frame, and a 2 frame mash or a 5 frame mash out, she kind of sucks on defense. Like, she's not free, but like, there's nothing in particular that I'm scared about when I'm pressing offense against Aurier. It's like if I'm too lazy, then she gets out. But like, yeah, it's fine. All right. Talk to me about Line.
Okay, so I know that a lot of people might be tempted to put Line as like advantage against Vatista, and I really only think that could possibly be because she has some good neutral options.
Mm-hmm.
But their win condition is night and day different. Like, I think that Vatista gets so much more off of a knockdown and gem pressure, and like her ability to like be correct on OS crush and collect a ton of damage is I think a little bit better than Linnea's. And Linnea also has to contest with flash kick.
Yeah.
Flash kick OS RPS, which I think kind of, as a strike throw character, that's gotta suck. You know, I think that's maybe a little worse than what Vatista has to deal with in terms of Linnea's defense. So
I think at least as far as I've seen it, ball fridging is like pretty similar to fridging with like Akatsuki 6X, like fireball stuff too. I think Line kind of uniquely, not uniquely, but like I don't think she's really good out of that. And even like jumping out, which is somewhat okay against Aka, is essentially a non-starter for Vatista, especially if there's a gem there. I think she just gets fridged when like post it. I really think she gets fridged. I think it's bad.
yeah, there's definitely the freak factor. Like you can definitely play Linnea in such a way that makes it feel like you're just getting run over as the Vatista player, but ultimately that's just player interaction playing out. You know, actually there was a super cursed. I played some casuals with Neff at Con, and I told him, I'm going to show you the super cursed image after we play, just so I don't throw you off your game. And he won like 3-2 or something like that. I was like, cool, that was a great set. Let me show you this. And I showed playing Neff on net play and 2-0ing him, and then Defiance day 1 Linne 2-0s me right after that. And he was like, what happened? And I was like, I don't know. He did like round start 2-2C. Like, I don't know. I got freak factored.
Yeah.
You know? So that can happen, but I don't think that makes it a bad matchup. I think
That's
that
fair.
just means that there are some animals out there, you know? That's okay.
All right. Okay.
So
Phonon. We'll work our way down to the Uzuki.
Okay. So Phonon, kind of like I was saying with Ogre, I just feel like Vatista has a lot of options for each game state, and I think really the only time when you're completely limited is like, yeah, move her down a little bit. The only time when you're completely limited is like the time when every character is limited, which is when she's doing like 6 FF pressure in the corner, which is like now actually much better corner gym pressure than what that has, you know. But
Feeds a bit more, but yeah.
So I think the the neutral is strong enough for Phonon that I think that you do have to approach it very differently as the Vatista players. That might throw off a lot of Vatista players if they're not comfortable with it, you know. But it's fine.
What do you think
it's
about
very, very fine.
What do you think about Phonon's ability to remove charge from Vatista? FK charge at least. Honestly, she probably can mess up a little bit of your other charges too, but
Honestly, I'm only worried about it when they have 100-meter and I don't, because you can still shield the third hit of 6FF and B flash kick through the B follow-up, and if they do the A follow-up, it's just gapless. So yeah, you lost your flash kick charge. It's coming back very quickly.
yeah.
But nothing happened. So being able to and like the way that you bait this, you bait B flash kick with a fireball. You just do 3 hits of 6FF and then throw a fireball and the flash kick whiffs, but not C flash kick. So you have to have meter as the Phonon player to actually make that a factor. That's just matchup knowledge, you know, like you got to know that as the VAT player. But yeah, other than that, I do think I mean, she's in this unique zone of being able to get into Vatista's dead zone rather easily. Like in the corner, she can do stuff like you know, jumping over her and then doing 2-2x. Shoutouts to Lufel. So you know, she's got some stuff for the matchup, but it's still quite doable. Like, I think that if you're really struggling against Phonon as a Vatista player, it's probably your unfamiliarity with the matchup, not your lack of options in the matchup. You know what I mean?
Kaguya, I know I moved her. Like, you talking about Phonon Vatista makes it sound a little better than what I think you're going to say about Kaguya.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think, yeah, I mean, like, all of these things except Kaguya's neutral kind of sucks against her. Like, it really sucks against her. It's, like, really, really bad. So the redeeming quality at all for Kaguya is that she gets this really good win condition, where you really do have to respect all of her options, and she, like, you know, really can force you to stand up, and she really can throw loop you and things like that. But until she gets there, nah, it's not good. I really think when Kaguya beats Vatista, I think it all starts with the Vatista player getting gapped in neutral, and then like from that point on, then it's Kaguya in the corner. But yeah, getting to that point is really tough. It's so funny because like when I played it with Nox is such a Kaguya believer that he was like, you have to do all of this stuff, this crazy stuff in neutral, so that I don't get started, because if I get started, I win. And my perspective is like, oh my god, you have to do all of this crazy stuff in neutral to ever even get started. Both of us are just like believing in our characters so hard, you know. Anyways.
Yeah. Yep. So after you described that, I mean, this is what it sounds like to me.
But her win condition's good. You know, her win condition's quite strong.
Yeah, so are these guys.
Oh, no, not in the same way. Like Kaguya gets to throw loop in the sense that she runs a strike throw set play situation.
Uh-huh.
And then if you lose on that, she runs the same thing. And if you like, she punishes your roll or something like that, so you don't want to hold the high-low, you roll. Again, same situation. Like, she has the most repeatability of her setup outside of like Carmine. That I think is like her big strength as a character.
So
you know?
While that's fair, the fact that she really cannot move forward sounds even worse than like. Okay, we'll put it ahead of Akatsuki because when she touches you, post hit is actually like a real thing. But everything up to that sounds terrible. Like, honestly, it sounds like Honestly, it sounds like just playing Nanase against Vatista, to be honest. Except Nanase can move forward sometimes. Like this is what it sounds like to me. Maybe. But we'll return it. There we go. Alright, Tsurugi. Actually, we skipped Lon, sorry. Londrakia.
Okay, yeah, Londrakia is he can do it to you like he can do it to any other character, but kind of like Garm was mentioning as far as the Hilda matchup with Londrakia, like he does have a hard time moving forward when he's not moving with specials.
Mm-hmm.
And all of his fireballs are like, you know, rather a commitment. And so it's not hard to win the fireball war against him. Mainly the thing that you want to do when you're playing into Vatista as Landrakia is you want to tag them with one fireball and get them to just raw 2AB in neutral so that you can dash up hydroblading. Like that is pretty much your strategy. But if the Vatista player is content to up back in between things, then neutral can be like pretty difficult for you. You have to crutch on things like Frozen Vine or Ice Rain, and you will not get a combo full screen from Ice Rain. So like, yeah, it's a little hard. And also your force function really sucks at dealing with gems. She's always going to she's not only going to trade with you, she's also going to get something else down after she knocks you down. So yeah, your force function just may as well not exist when the gems are on the screen. So all that put together, it's like both characters can checkmate each other like fairly well with these like really strong win conditions, but I think Vatista just does so well against him in neutral at a baseline. It's like it's fine. It's very fine.
I'm just moving not Phonon, Kuon, because that how you described it initially sounds pretty much like a true neutral matchup.
Yeah.
Tsurugi.
Very annoying for both players. both players will be like, this matchup sucks. But
fair.
It's not actually bad, and it's not actually that good. He just has a lot of ways to force you to rethink the way that you're approaching the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
If you back off and get set up, he is also then set up. You know
yeah.
what I mean? So he forces you to interact in sometimes very uncomfortable ways, and you have rather slow lows to contest what he wants to do. But your lows are enormous, gigantic, half screen. So yeah, it's a matchup where you both have some really strong options against the other, and you both have to play in a way that is inherently uncomfortable for you. I don't think it's good or bad for either character. It's pretty even, just annoying for both players. So.
All right, and then we'll finish up with Uzuki.
So Uzuki, 2-2X is rather strong at being able to call out up back. Like if you cannot up back B-ball reliably, because they can call you out with that, then you know that's pretty strong there. Being in the puddle verse is actually quite intimidating for the Vatista player. So she also has ways to kind of swap the way that you're forced to think about neutral. That said, like when you're getting set up and you're approaching with A-ball, I don't think that her options are particularly strong outside of like meter for TKC bag. What she does is still always a commitment. So yeah, I think it's difficult enough for the Uzuki player that like you cannot call it Uzuki favored, but she also has a lot of strong call out options, and her pressure with items is also like pretty strong in the same way as Ogre, because like you have to actually use system mechanics to engage with them. You can't just like flash kick your way out most of the time.
So the question I have is how does Uzuki deal, does she deal particularly well with 6xc or force function?
I'm sorry, you cut out there for a second. Before force function, would you say?
6-6C.
It's funny because they both kind of have the same, a different version of the same move when her dash B. I mean, I think that it's fine because Uzuki will also be doing enough up back that kind of similar to like Phonon and Hilda and the other characters that you have to worry about up backing. I think Uzuki has enough of that where worrying about dash C is more a thing of like when Vatista is getting set up. Like you have to worry about dash C when she's approaching behind a ball.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But like contesting your pressure and things like that, I actually think 5C is like way harder for Uzuki to deal with. And that's like the place. Those are the places in offense where she like kind of has to dolphin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds pretty close to like a true even matchup. I think putting Landrakia and I mean you could maybe even, depending on how you feel, look about it this way. Like I think these three are different flavors of the closest thing to neutral that, or even that maybe Vatista has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this looks pretty good to me. Yeah. This looks really healthy. This looks like quite a good shred for a character who, I mean, if I'm looking at this, and we can maybe even put, no, yeah, this is probably fine.
That Carmine placement is, I don't know, it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard because he's so overtuned. Like if he was a normal character, it'd probably be like maybe even here, but yeah, the reward and post hit is so strong that it just he for a character who is pretty arguably not top tier, this is looking pretty close to a top tier matchup spread to me. Like if we're comparing that against
like a dozen matchups, so it's fine.
A half dozen matchups, you mean?
Oh yeah, half a dozen. Yeah, the 6 there. Yeah, so it's fine.
Oh. I don't remember where I put the the Hilda one. Somebody will have to take a picture of that, but we've done essentially all of our mains. Plus hide, that was a funny one. But yeah, we've done a lot of different spreads here. It's kind of interesting. Not everybody, except for your characters, have a super advantage chaos matchup. Yeah. And what everybody's losing to, I think it's like relatively different also. I think that's like pretty interesting. So, yeah. Let me open mine again in comparison. I should have saved the Hilda one, to be honest. I messed up. Yeah. So, I mean, it's interesting because even though I think Akatsuki is kind of a powerful character, this kind of matchup spread is essentially like a lower floor tier matchup spread, I think. You could argue maybe a couple other things in different directions, but yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fine. I think it's pretty healthy for the game. I don't think Akatsuki should get so strong that these matchups become down here, because I think those matchups would push these ones even further down here with the nature of what he does. Although I would love this character to get weaker. It would be nice to put him back over here too, but yeah. So interesting discussion. I'm gonna end up putting this on YouTube. It feels like doesn't hurt to do that. We talked a lot about meta stuff. ended up kind of being like a meta retrospective going into the next version of the game, which was not inherently intended, but
It's cool. We've been vibing.
yeah, it's been fun talking about that. So, oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking at something in Discord. So what I will do now is finish up the stream and we will send it over to someone. Absolutely. Oh, I can timestamp these. I'll do that for the YouTube portion. GG, if you like that, give Foxof and Garm follows. We're not gonna watch this. Fox, are you still 42 on Twitch?
I don't know if I'm on Twitch much at all. Yeah, I think I am on Twitch. Still 42. Dude, I can't remember the last time I streamed on Twitch.
Well, we'll go to YouTube instead. Garm has been streaming more frequently than I have. Please give him a follow or a sub. He does great work. Are you commentating tonight, Garm? Are you doing West?
Not.
Yeah. Nah. I might enter again with Hilda because I did not feel good about my last Hilda run, but I don't know. There's a lot of hides and fucking Gordos and West.
Ooh, but Hyde's not that bad of a matchup. You just
For
have
you.
stuff, you know?
For me, no. Let me go instead to YouTube. I'll watch Attack on Texas later, but
Oh man, the grand finals was a tragedy.
yeah.
Not for you though, not for you.
Yeah, for me it was great. Because my goat won. But yeah, please hit the bell like I did. Go ahead and subscribe to Foxof. Garm also very much, I think you simulcast, don't you?
Yeah, I upload onto YouTube and YouTube saves all my VODs, so that's pretty nice. If you want footage,
There we go.
you can always look back.
Yeah. There's even a FF restream that we did start of the year.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Wow, it's been a while.
It's been quite a while. Yep, there's a set with Zyma, a set with Zyma, set with Smiles. These are really, really useful. I know for me, looking at this matchup, if I have a request for the two of you, if you don't mind a sweaty set, can we run this between the two of you? It doesn't have to be now. Later today, like,
Sure.
if somebody wants to record that, I would love to see this because
I really want to play versus Fox's Ogre. Actually, I feel like I haven't played that matchup very much.
We could do a little column A, a little column B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would love that. And that would give more of a reason, assuming that Garm doesn't stream this, for more content to be viewed between us. I'm already subbed to it, so if they put it up, I'm going to see it, but you all also need to see it. We will send that there. And then Foxo's was before that. There we go. So please give them some support on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button for Garm. I'm going to need to do that the next time the stream happens also. And then if you like what I have done today, trying to hit that 30 goal, if you have a Twitch Prime to throw my way, feel free to do this. This will go up later today. I'll start uploading it basically as soon as we're done. Yeah, so I'm going to send you guys over to Bolt, who I believe is streaming. This is a Bolt Strike rather than Bolt Struck. Who else? There's like a... Oh, there's a tournament. Is that a Russian tournament? Yeah. Sorry, Bolt. I'll send it over there because I'm big into giving shout outs to other regions. So I think it's what? FG tournaments.
FG tournaments _
Are you? Yeah, there we go. So we're going to send a raid that way. Let's give the Russians our support here. get to explore and see some new scenes. So till next time, y'all, take care.
Peace.
Bye, guys.
All right, and thank you too. This was a really fun discussion this morning.